already. They are chattering. They are chattering. They are chattering. What are they chattering about? They're chattering about this fellow over here by the name of Crows1176, who, again, I've warned you multiple times, is a major scammer when it comes to screen paint products. So, sorry, I'm a little hungry. What is Crow's reaction? Did I mention who I was? Oh, Black Series LLC, Black Series Edition LLC, Kenneth Bird. So as I said before, I love what I do for a living. I love the screen paints and things we get to develop and testing and all the good stuff we do at the end of the day. To put the hard time, to put the work in, to put the time in, to make sure our products are working properly and correctly for our customers. What I don't like is I don't like people who come in and cut corners and do fake demonstrations and try to come off as if they're the goody two shoes and they do nothing wrong. And this is where we come in with the blacklist. The blacklist is designed to expose people at the end of the day that are doing things that they shouldn't be doing. Hardcore evidence. So, this fellow here, by the name of Jamie Fernando Gonzalez, is basically accused of scamming, lying, and cheating. What is his reaction? Well, I told you, when people get caught, they get upset, they get angry, they get on the offensive. We got in our account, I think almost 27, 22. I told you I'm going to show you what we get in our account. Mind you, all these are from Jamie. All of these are from Jamie. This is Jamie reacting to us busting him on not only his product matching house paint at the end of the day, but him going over to Google and taking images off Google, dragging them onto his site and acting like this image came from actually his screen paint when it didn't. So let's go over here to the site. This is the blacklist if you're curious. We just came off of Facebook. They want to know the reaction. We're about to hit Instagram in a few minutes. They're going to want to know the reaction. This is how much crap we've caught this guy doing. How much robbing and stealing we caught him doing. Products matching house paint. That is basically right there. Everyday cheap house paint. This is his product itself. This is the Cinemax when he claims that at the end of the day is something special, but it's nothing but house paint. And keep in mind, we're in the process of purchasing the P2, which we're going to have done. This is one of the projectors he mainly uses the most in his demonstrations. We're going to have it here. Not only are we going to have it here, we're going to show you what that projector is missing without using our technology. We're going to show how amazing it is with our technology, but we are going to order his product to get it down here to show you why the Cinemax is nothing but crap. All right, so what proof do we have of this? Well, this is one of the videos right here. You can go to the blacklist. This clearly shows the fellow in the video bearing receipts, trying to back his products up. Mind you, we don't know why he's so upset. He's very, very upset. He's very angry. He's very agitated because we're showing these videos. And these videos, clearly, he made these videos some time ago to back his products up. Why are you angry about something that you made to back your products up? Whew, man. This guy's got lawsuits hitting him. All kinds of stuff. Maybe some jail time. You have some crazy stuff. He's got some freaking problems with some racial slurs and death threats and emails. It's not going to be a good year for this fellow. But anyway, let's get over here and let's show you real quick. Look at this. This is crazy. This is actually a screen paint he's selling on his website that actually matches his product. That is absolutely insane. All right, so let's go over here real quick. Oh, this is crazy. This is crazy by itself. We were just on Facebook showing this off. This is the Metallica Mix 2.0. Notice there's no Metallica. He didn't put any silver in that. I don't know where he came with that name to begin with. This, it shows you how to make a $75 to $95 quarter paint for free. This is the Metallica 2.0. This is how you make it right here. He's mad. He's very upset over this video because, again, he doesn't want people knowing about this. Now, some people are asking me, does he post this directly to his site? Oh, heck no, he's not posting this directly to his site. He posts this to his site. He's going to basically have some problems at the end of the day. Crow's more concerned about the customers he's already gotten. That's what he's concerned about. He's worried about these guys coming back and file complaints, taking them to court for fraud charges. You have the right to. And so we've had customers that were very angry, very dissatisfied, and they came to our page and they made copies of our videos to come against this guy. And you're more than welcome to take whatever you want off the blacklist. Just take whatever you want. So this is Jamie's demonstration right here on how to make the Metallica 2.0. A product he's trying to sell. Oh, I'm sorry, not sell. Trying to steal from his customers, stealing hundreds on selling you a product that you literally could have made yourself. That's pretty bad. Now, in this demonstration, we didn't use the Metallica mix for this purpose. We used it to see how close it would come to the personal mix. Actually, we were ready to make the personal mix. We made the Cinemax with it. We turned around and made the freaking UB mix with it with a reversal. You do know the Frankenstein and the UBs are reversals, right? If you've been developing screen paint for quite some time, people who develop screen paints don't take, when they make darker gray paints, they don't take white paint and dump a lot of black. You kill you kill too much black paint. You're wasting resources. They do a reversal. They take the black paint and they put white into it. That's how they do it. Fastest way to do it. That way you don't waste a lot of paint. So you'll watch that demonstration. It's right on the blacklist. Go over and watch. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. Down here below, not such a blast of YouTube, but we have this on the blacklist anyway. Down here below on the blacklist, we have, we use his ingredients to make several screen paints. That didn't come out too well for him right there. We were able to make his products. We can make all his products, as a matter of fact. These are PayPal claims that Jamie has lost lots of them. I mean, lots of them. He's never, ever won PayPal claim. Never, not once. Not even the ones he fought against, he lost every single one of them. That's pretty bad. That shows you at the end of the day that PayPal has been on this account and go, oof, man, this is not going to go well for him. Yeah, his shipping policy pretty much is a nightmare for him. This is the Bear silver screen. You all know the story behind that. He walked out of a Home Depot, literally carrying the container of Bear silver screen in his hand, and he matched the screen. Oh, gee whiz, mercy. Over here, match the white screen. What's the benefit of this product? And this video, by the way, it's gone. You can't find it. It's missing. Oh man, I'm telling you, this guy, he's the delete king. He deletes everything. Oh, we're going to talk about this guy next week. We got a court date coming up for this fellow right here. We're following against him soon. We're going to civil court for this one. Civil court. It's going to be 150,000, 200,000. We know it's going to be crazy. But this guy right here, this is the, I can't explain how dumb this individual is. I mean, literally talking about self-snitching. This is self-snitching on a level that you would never even believe. He took his face right next to the receipts. Beautiful. That's going to be interesting. Court. The Frankenstein. Scam. Why is the Frankenstein such a huge scam? Well, number one, it's a dark screen paint. Darker screen paints have a better ability of picking up ambient light rejection technology than lighter screens because they can capture and absorb more light. But this is a product that's not ambient light rejection. I'm going to repeat this again. See right there? Not ambient light rejection. How is that possible for a screen paint that's supposed to be that dark? Well, it's not dark, it ain't gunmetal, but still it should be ambient light rejection somewhere along the line, but it's not. It's not. This is pretty interesting right here. So in this area right here, we recorded our shopping cart. Actually, the Frankenstein was never that dark. It was actually much lighter, but we recorded our shopping cart. This is where we get post office mail fraud involved in this one. We actually recorded the shopping cart before we made the order. This is the original color. And when our product got here, it was that color, which clearly shows at the end of the day that Crow went in and changed the color at the last minute before he shipped it out. Boy, that's pretty, you can't trust a person who does that in the day, but that involves post office fraud. And right here, this is where he lost his claim. He went in and he tried to explain to PayPal by saying, hey, look, this is how my product comes out. It's always been this way. It's always been dark like this. And PayPal was like, no, I'm sorry, you lost. You lost his claim right there. All right, let's keep going. Whew, man, but I tell you, it's just endless for us sometimes. This right here is where Crow claims. This is really embarrassing. We got to find that original. I think we did find the original video. We have the original video. This is the original video for the Frankenstein. We paints it on. It's actually a light gray. It's not this color right here. And if you notice here, the UB mix and the Frankenstein look exactly the same because we had an old container of UB mix and we put them side by side. They look exactly the same. Exactly the same. Which tells me that the UB mix, we made that with around 6 tablespoons of white paint into black, and we got the UV mix. So the Frankenstein, being 1 shade off, would be 7. That's what that would be. They look exactly the same. Boy, he is really painting that wagon a different color and selling it to you guys. I'm talking about you naysayers at the end of the day who support this guy, but you guys haven't been coming and supporting him lately. Or we're doing open channels. We had an open channel coming in pretty soon. We're going to have one called Ask Crow. So right here, this is right here in this demonstration, he goes in and he says in a video that he's never ever mentioned his product to be ambient light rejection, but in 143 in the video he says it is ambient light rejection, and then he goes in and changes the caption in the video to not ambient light rejection. Let's look at this for a minute. See if I got my volume up here. Ambient light rejection paint. E3 is where you can hear it.
Frankenstein makes that I created here. It's more like ambient light rejection paint.
More like an ambient light rejection paint?
That's clearly what
you said,
right?
What is it again?
Ambient light E3 is where you can hear it.
What do you say?
Frankenstein makes that I created here. It's more like ambient light rejection paint.
So wait a minute. This paint you said is an ambient light rejection paint you have right there that you're shaking up in a container. I wonder if it matches the same color I have in that container right there. Let's see if he's painting this down. What color are we getting right here? Oh, it doesn't look like the same color to me. That shows proof at the end of the day that this individual went in at the last minute. Not only that, we recorded our shopping cart, that he went in and basically changed out the color and shipped it to us. That's post office fraud. You know that, right? To maliciously commit an act to basically to mislead someone by, and on top of that, we have proof of that. And we also have proof that you used the United States Postal Service as in carrying out this act. 2 elements needed to file that charge against you. That's punishable up to, I think it's like, what's the charge for freak? I think like 20 years in jail. It's something pretty heavy. Man, the government's going to be all over you. We're definitely going to follow this. We have to follow this because we need them to basically to intertwine. We have a suit against them with the CCB for, I think, Copyright Small Claims Division, whatever we're there. And that's involved in the U.S. government. That does not involve police. That involves FBI. That gets involved in that. That's one right there. Then you have this one for post office fraud. It's not going to look good when they start hunting around doing an investigation to see if you have any things else that are popping up. That's why we're following. We got 4 months. 4 months before we go to court. All this stuff is going to be filed before 4 months. So it all locks together. Yep, I told you. Working on a master plan. Okay, let's keep going through here real quick. So basically, this is the product he claims that it's not. It's not ambient light rejection. Let's go here for a minute. Let me see right here. Can we get the title of this video right here? Here it is right here. Now, you see in the title of the video, I wonder if he removed this video. I wonder if it's still there. We can find it. And the title of this video, it says, How I Painted My Projection Screen, question mark with a plus, Frankenstein Ambient Light Mix. But you have down here that your product is not. So which one is it, Jamie? You can't go in and change the title. I don't know where this guy gets his ideas from. Hold on, friend. Let's see if we can dig the Frankenstein up. I'm still standing there and I ever did. Is it Frankenstein or Frankenstein? Frankenstein? I think it is Steen. Yeah, it's Steen. I also have a ton of videos that you deleted off your account of you using the image of the Frankenstein, which you never asked for permission to begin with. You do know you have to pay royalties on that, right? You don't own the right to the face of Frankenstein. Probably not the word Frankenstein at that, but we'll see where that goes when we go to court, because we're going to bring that up. We have documents of you selling that paint on your website, showing, or actually eBay account, showing the Frankenstein face, which you had no right to actually sell anything under that face, because again, you don't own the rule, you own the copyrights to it, which means they're going to go back how far you actually, how many you sold, and you got to pay that to them. Oh, we're going to hit you more than one way when we go to court. It's going to be more about just our products. We can show that basically you have hit copyrights left and right. You've used things to your own personal use at the end of the day. And yes, he did have the Frankenstein face right along the side of a can call it the Frankie or Frankie mix or whatever you called it. You think those videos he got? Oh, we copied all those videos, screenshots, everything. So when we go to court, we're like, look, not only was he messing with our stuff, but here you go. This is images of Frankenstein, him making a profit off their product, and he didn't pay him a dime. You're going to be broke when we get done with you. I told you when I go to court, I'm not the type of person that leaves any open doors. I will seal you in a box and gas you. That's what's going to happen to you. So not only are you going to go to court at the end of the day for basically messing with our copyrights, well, we can show proof that you have other tampered with other people's copyrights and you haven't paid anything out. That's where the lawsuit comes in at. Because you got to pay me now. You got to pay me for touching my stuff, and you're going to have to pay them because every product that you sold with that monster's face attached to it, you got to pay to them. You're going to owe them some money. I don't know if we're going to get anything out of this. You're probably going to get nothing at the end of the day because they're definitely going to hit them hard with that one. Who owns the right to freaking Frankenstein? If it's Universal Studios, you are screwed. You don't want to mess with those people at the end of the day. They got some nasty lawyers. So let's see where this goes at. Frankenstein mix right here. Let's see. He tried to delete all those pictures. He tried to cover, yeah, he tried to, but remember, I keep copies of everything. So I have copies of where you were selling on your eBay account. We have pictures of everything of showing you making sales on this product. Did you pay them any money? It's like if I make a paint called Mickey Mouse, right? And I'm using their name. I got Mickey Mouse all over my freaking containers and stuff. And I'm making a profit off Mickey Mouse. Did I pay Disney any of this money out to them? Did I ask for permission? Say, hey, look, I want to use your logo to make some money. I'll give you a percentage if you give me permission to use it. That would be the proper way to do it. If they say no, then they say no. That's the end of it. But you didn't do that. You used Frankenstein's face without their permission, which means now they're going to ask you, did you notify them? Did you get permission to do this? Same thing with us. Did you notify us? Did you get permission from us to use our logo, to slant our logo? No, you didn't, did it? You got to pay. You owe some money. Let's see, Frankenstein. Let's see if we can look this up. Frankenstein, or Frankenstein, or whatever you want to call it. Ambient light projection. Screen paint. Now let's see what pops up under the Frankenstein. This guy's probably been busy deleting videos left and right. Crow, your stuff doesn't come up correctly. You know that. Every time I type my name in, videos just pop up all over the place. We type you in, nothing comes up. Partay, I need to go in here and see how many customers you got. I'm going to dig up and see what we can find. Any of your customer reviews. We can find anything. I doubt we'll find anything. I'm curious. I've never really looked into that, but I'm going to now. 76. I got time to kill people. I'm done. When Jamie sits there and says, oh, nothing to buddy. I got 3 websites I've built. I got products I'm about to test and design. Please, man. I'm gonna that way you can't even believe you even think about it. On top of that, I'm LLC. My stuff is all my company is legit. Where's your paperwork at? Can you show me something? You don't even have a license to sell. And I can get you on that too when we go to court. They're gonna ask, do you have a license? Or you don't have a legitimate company. So that's gonna come up too also too. It'll also come up in civil court too on top of that. If your company was legitimate, was real. All that's gonna come up. All that information, all that's gonna come up. It's all gonna come up. You better hope your paperwork's correct. If not, you're in a lot of trouble. Let me see. Let's see if we can find on this Frankenstein. How many videos? Last time we counted, we had like 10 of these videos in here. So let's see what we got going on here. All right, nothing here. No Frankenstein yet. Oh, he's been deleting videos. There's videos missing. He's been deleting videos. Where are the Frankenstein videos? Or Frankenstein? He's been deleting videos. There are videos missing. Oh, this is a customer. Perfect example. There are videos, a lot of videos missing. This is a customer who's talking about Crow's UB mix. Perfect example. We can't find any Frankenstein. Jamie has deleted majority of his Frankenstein videos. They're missing. There's a lot of videos, but don't worry, Jamie. We got copies of everything, so we're good. This is a customer review on Crow's UB mix. This is from a customer who was upset because Jamie's screen paint mixes came out too dark. Who are you selling this product to? This is an actual customer talking about how your UV mix comes out too dark. Let me see what we got right here. Let's see, the normal wall painted, let's see, normal wall painted already on the wall. We did not paint the wall to have a theater someday. We painted the wall to have a theater. And we did not paint the wall to have a theater someday. So I was surprised to see Crows 1176 paint showing no change for our normal wall paint that we used in the entire basement. How do you explain that, Jamie? That's a customer review right there. Your paint, like I said, at the end of the day, that's why he has that policy in there to make sure that you can't get your money back. That's a customer sitting there saying that he painted the UV mix and he did not see a change at all. We're going to put this, I want to see if I can get, if he's okay with me basically putting this up on our blacklist. Right there, Jamie, your UV mix is trash. Right there. And we've had the UV mix. I told you UV mix is nothing but black and white paint. That's all it is. No change. So, I gotta grab something to eat real quick. So I'm gonna get this straight. Your screen paint from this customer, the UV mix, right there. The customer says that this is a normal wall painted already. We did not paint the wall to have a theater someday. So I was surprised to see that Crow 1176 paint showing no change from a normal wall paint that we used on the entire basement. That's nothing different. Because that's the reason why he has in his policy that if the product lands on your property, it's yours. And if you open it, you can't get your money back. So what about this customer right here? Did he get his money back? Did he get an exchange? Well, judging by what you have on your site, we're going to watch this too. And I noticed you deleted a lot of your Frankenstein videos. They're missing. A lot of his videos are missing for Frankenstein. Don't worry, I got copies. Let's see. This is your policy right here. Your policy states that if the item is delivered, no money, no exchange. If the product is open, no exchange, no money. And here we have a customer who bought the UV mix and stated that he saw no change in the product. So what about the customers who went out and bought the other mixes that they found out later on matched everyday house paint? I'm pretty sure we're not the only one doing these tests. I'm pretty sure a lot of people are doing these tests and finding out that its products are matching house paints. What about that customer right there? So you're telling me at the end of the day that you're going out and you're getting all these orders and these are customers complaining that your products don't work. Let's have a look at this video right here. You ain't got a customer, it's just scamming people. That's what you're doing, you're a scammer. Taking Google images and fake images. And I know for a fact this is true because we had the UV mix and that stuff is really dark. The white levels are very, very, very poor. See how dirty the image comes up? Comes up very dirty. This right here is the original color. That's the original color of the wall right there. That's Crow's product right there. See how dirty the wall is? Look at this. That's dirty. That's very dirty. I seen this when I put the UV mix against a Dark Star 9. The Dark Star 9 was able to produce amazing white levels in contrast, but the UV mix came out very dirty. It's a dirty paint. What did you trip over, Joker? It says right here that the product was nice and bright before he added the product. Look how dirty and dull the image comes up here. This is Crow's product. This right here is the normal wall. So the customer is showing that this is the normal wall right there. That's the normal wall, and that's Crow's product that came up dirty. This is what happens when you buy an untested screen paint product. And this is the reason why he has that policy in there. So his customers, if they figure it out, if they find out, that they can't complain, that he can steal their money. His paint was on the right side. My normal wall was on the left. Here we go. Let's see what he writes. He says, 3 years ago, I spoke with the seller, told him my exact setup, exactly with the projector, all the lighting and elements. That paint wasn't going to pick up in the light environment. That paint washed out over here. We had a difficult time with elements, where it was located, and I spoke with the type of recommended, with the type of wall, he recommended Crow's UV mix. All environment screen paint. All environment screen paint? Really? That's what you put up there? Yeah, this stuff is, it's not all environment. It's black and white paint. I applied it in mine in the video that the side of the screen is regular, and the wall paint, I painted the entire before this. Just okay, I'm gonna bring more in this right here. Gee whiz, Jamie. This is what happens. You sell untested products. This is why products need to be tested. He should have did a white level test on his products to see where his white levels were laying at. He had too much black paint in there. That's what happened. Trying to make a darker product. The normal wall paint color. The normal wall paint color. Nothing special, nothing original. We painted it before. And let's see. I'll put all this information down in there. It's going to be so it's not fancy paint. It's not fancy paint. It's bottom dollar paint. That's what he put down right there. It's not fancy paint. It's bottom dollar paint. That's all it is. There's nothing special about the UV mix. You're just going around buying just black and white paint, mixing it together, hitting it with a 4K projector in a dark environment, and you're fooling people. Does Crow fool his customers? Yes, he does fool his customers. He does fool his customers. Right here. This is proof that he fools his customers. This is an image from Google. This is not even part of his screen paint. It has nothing to do with the Metallica 2.0, nothing to do with the 4K projector. This is an image that he took off of Google, dragged it over to his freaking page, and tried to claim it as his own. Search Google, and here we get what pops up. Ta-da! There you go. So now you got customers that are getting products that are untested, products that are coming up too dark, they can't see them correctly, and products are not tested correctly, and then on top of that, to make insult to injury, already on a product that you can make yourself for free, he's now dragging and dropping images from Google to try to make his product look like something that it's not. We have a word for that. It's called a scammer. That's what it's called. That's pretty bad, man. That is pretty bad. We already did a short video for the blacklist. It's already being set up already. We did one for Facebook. We're doing one for Instagram. Now, what was Crow's reaction to all of this? That's Crow's reaction. Crow got really upset. We got 21 messages from Jamie. So we were in the room exposing him. Exposing all Jamie's fake accounts. Exposing Jamie for basically scamming his customers with fake paint. This is his reaction. Jamie, why are you so upset? Question, why were you so upset? You want to send me some more messages on why you were so upset? Why were you so upset? These are your videos. These are you in the videos. This is you getting caught and getting busted. What are you upset about? Why are you so angry? You're angry because you got caught. That's what they laugh about in the forum site. Like, he made the videos like, yeah, he acts like somebody stuck a gun to his head and forced him to do the videos. No, you made these videos to back your products, and then you realize that at the end of the day, you messed up and you try to hide the evidence. And now these videos are open and exposing you in every corner. You're getting upset and you're ranting. 21 messages sent to the account crying and whining. That's the Karen call. Did we call? Yeah, that's Crow to Karen call. It's crying and whining. 21 messages crying and whining, upset and angry because he got exposed on his house paints. What you crying about? Why are you mad? You seem to be really mad at me at the end of the day. Truthfully, you should be mad at yourself because you should have did a much better job making a better product. Or that customer would have been sitting there with that dark, dirty paint on his wall when his entire basement was perfect. He really didn't have to paint that environment if he didn't want to. Using your stuff at the end of the day. You can't even explain that. What makes it even sadder, like this guy writes stuff into his page and he can't even tell you what it means. You have to be a customer in order for him to tell you. Let's see some of these messages Jamie wrote. Now, all these are fake accounts. These are all Jamie's accounts. Let's see what he writes in this one right here. Let's blow this up. I'm going to read some of these messages that how Jamie's reacting to him getting exposed and getting busted when we were showing off his products matching house paint. And on top of that, him in there basically scamming his customer packages. I mean, images from Google. Really? You got to go to Google to get images? Your product is that bad? Gee whiz. Let's see what he's in here crying about. He's always crying about something, like crying crow. You kind of remind me of what was that freaking wrestler? He used to go, "What about me? What about Raven? What about me?" Quote the Raven evermore. You remind me of him. You constantly crying about something. Here's another one. Here's another. Look. When you heard the messages going off, that's Jamie and they're crying. I asked you a simple question. Now you got all this time to write all this. And all these different email accounts that you made for yourself. You got all this time to do all this at the end of the day. How come you didn't have time to answer any of the questions that I asked you at the beginning of the day? Still, we haven't got the answer in the whole. I'm going to start a video tomorrow. I'm bringing you in tomorrow on that. I'm going to start a video that's going to say, why can't you use the Frankenstein screen paint mix at your home? Because you put it in there. I'm asking you why. And he can't tell me because I got to be a customer in order to get that answer. AKA, I don't know. He doesn't know. So let's see what else he put in here. He got his first name, Ken, scammer. Look at that. Let's see what else he has in here. There he's right there. Awful, funny joke. Well, I'm telling you, this guy is pretty sad today. This is Jamie. But I'm telling you, you must have been doing a lot of orders and you had time to send all these emails while you were doing all those orders. You sent over 18 emails to the account. So you told me you were doing orders? How are you doing orders if you're sending all these emails out? Yeah, liar. Nothing but a liar. That's the same person who sat there and said, oh, we got to find the 15 order lie. That's another one. He probably erased that one too. It's probably missing. We try to find the Frankensteins are missing. There are a lot of Frankenstein videos that are missing. He got rid of all of them. He is deleting an awful demonstration. Yeah, for somebody who's processing a lot of orders, man, you sure sent a lot of videos, a shot of hate mail. Look at this. What a scam. Look at this. There's another one right there. So you know that's Crow. That's Crow's favorite word right there. We all know this is from you, Jamie. It's all telltales. It's all from you. The same energy that you show here is the same energy that you show when we go to your website. It's the same energy. So you did how many orders and you had time to send all of these right here? We're down to 14 now, people. 14. Some of these will be like 2 and 3 emails together. Watch it. Look at it. I'm gonna show you something right here. I'm gonna go thing to the side real quick. Watch this. Look at this right here. It'll be two of them. He'll write 2 of them back to back in there. Gee whiz, these guys coming unhinged. He is coming unhinged in here. Look at this. We're going to be showing this on Facebook today too. Basically, how professional you are, and also too linking that to your page where you're in there carrying on a rant too. Also, look at this. Now it's interesting. This fellow's in here ranting about calling people scammers, and this is a fellow who he's upset. He's angry because we are showing videos of him matching a house paint, which he continues to sell on his website, but he calls other people scammers. That's like, you being a world-class thief. Well, you're a world-class thief. Sorry about that. Wrong choice of words. That's pretty much what you are. If you're basically selling receipts, so you're basically a world-class thief. All right, so it's like you're stealing from somebody, and people catch you stealing from somebody, but yet you're accusing somebody of being a thief. That's pretty much what you just did. Now, here's another one right there. And this is a grown man, a family man with kids, and this is how he carries himself. You will never, ever see stuff like this pop over. We don't do this stuff at the end of the day. That's pretty sad. But this is the fellow at the end of the day that if you do happen to stumble upon his website and put an order in, this is the fellow at the end of the day. You're putting your personal credit information in and about your family. And this is how he carries them. I told you he's got some issues. He's got some problems. But this is the reaction of him being upset because we exposed him. Hey, Jamie, got any more you want to send over? Yeah, I see you ranting and carrying on now. He'll say the same thing over and over again. You watched him. We actually had videos where he said the word loser like about 70, 30 times. Just kept ranting, typing. That's a hinge loose. There's something wrong there. So again, I don't know how you're processing orders if you're sending over 19 emails to us. When did you have time to process orders? That's a lot of time you just spent right there sending all this nonsense in. There's more right there. Yeah, he's got problems. Look at this. Now, that doesn't bother me at the end of the day because all this information basically gets gathered up and it gets transferred. We send it over to the CCB. That's where they get it from. That's where it goes to. We forward all this over to them. All these emails go straight to them. It goes right to the court. That's where it goes to. They said anything that comes in, send it straight to them. Anything. Because all these emails are going to have traces on them. And if you think you're basically going to be able to stop the trace of the United States government, that's never going to happen. They're going to trace these emails. They're going to figure out. I already know exactly where they're coming from. They're already been able to pinpoint where they're coming from. That's why he knows there's no racial slurs in any of them. There's no death threats because he knows better now. Because he knows all these emails are being traced over. But Jamie, this still gets you in trouble because it shows a sign of harassment. That's what it shows. Bullying and harassment. That's what it shows. Whew, man, you better hope somebody got money to put on your books. If you know what that means, you're going to need it. Because at the end of the day, boy, this guy's going to be in a lot of trouble. But this is what Jamie's reaction was of being upset, of being angry, because we exposed his product to being nothing more than just house paint. And I don't know what's more disturbing. The fact that we have images now being taken off of Google to be put on his page to fake his products. And you're faking it till you make it. You can't even make it if you're faking it on this fake product right here. Let's go see if we can find these Frankenstein videos because I'm hunting for these things. I can't find any of them. They're all missing. This is a customer ran across in the UB mix. So You know, got anything else on the Frankenstein? You deleted all the Frankenstein videos, didn't you not? This right here is Partey's fake paint right here. We made this on camera. This stuff is garbage. And if Partey, if you ever say that this is not your product, ooh, I can show you that it is. This is your fake product right here. You call yourself giving away black paint for free. You can't give something away for free if it don't work. This is what I told you in the day. When he was smearing the paint on and it was kind of like, it wouldn't stick to the surface and it was smearing all around, that's because they had some kind of oil in it. He has a bad habit of putting oils and Vaselines and stuff like that into his paints. That's why they come off looking like that. This is actually a mixture that he was telling people how you can make free black paint. And that stuff was downright awful. Go back to that image I'm looking for. And these two dum-dums got together. And mind, this video was done like in, I think, 2019. We did it a long time ago. But anyway, they came in later on and said, hey, we challenge you to make this product live on camera and put it against your product. Gee whiz, I swear you guys are so stupid. We did it already. We did it like a year ago. That's the video right there. I had to go back and send the video like, hey, dum-dums, guess what? We did that already. Oh, you're free, you're free. No, we did it. It was right there. We did it already. And they just sit there and just shut their mouths up trying to figure something else. You guys are idiots. You're always one step behind, always. So basically, he was telling people, this is why his screen's hotspot. This is why they don't work on ultra short throws. We know it's in his product because we made this stuff. This is actually one of Partey's products that he was actually trying to sell. The first time he tried to sell this stuff was hot spotting like crazy. And the reason why, because he was telling people to put Vaseline into the paint. Worst thing you want to do. That's definitely going to cause the screen to hot spot like crazy. That's like putting baby oil. Why would you put baby oil into paint? And it's the same joker who has a habit of we put distilled water into the paint. Oh, I'll get to you tomorrow. I got good time. We're going to save this video right here. And we'll definitely get to you tomorrow on that one. I had to dig into you real quick. That's another person that does a lot of fake demonstrations. So his excuse, the reason why you have to put that Vaseline in it, because this poly we have here basically is going to break down and it's going to have issues, and it's not, the poly, this is supposed to protect it, to reinforce it. Let me explain how things work in the real world, Danny boy. First things first, that stuff is tested. It has to go through something called a flash zone, which means they have to beat the living crap out of it so they can see exactly how much pressure, how long it takes for that stuff to deteriorate. So this stuff is already tested from the door, unlike your stuff. Now, they don't need someone like you to stick Vaseline into that to basically call yourself, I'm going to see if I can find this original video, call this basically a way of basically strengthening the infrastructure. You know, your freaking dumb freaking knowledge you have today. This is some dumb stuff on camera. But anyway, that was the theory. What you did was you put oil into a water-based product, which makes it virtually impossible now to paint, because now your roller is smearing all over the place. And at that, you will hotspot the dead as a screen because you added a really shiny oil substance to the environment. When a projector hits that, it is going to hotspot like crazy. And that's why when he first developed his first screen paints, people were complaining that the paint was hotspotting. Oh my goodness, I swear, you guys. At the end of the day, you don't crack books. You don't crack books. Am I going to crack a book today, Governor? No, not today. Not today. We're just going to skim it. We're going to skim it. Gee whiz. That stuff was the worst. That's the product right there. Dark and dirty. Danny, I hope you pop in here because you need to be in here. Gee whiz, I swear. You remember the joint on the Blues Brothers where they got stuck in the chair and the nun was beating the crap out of them with the freaking ruler? That's what I feel like doing to YouTube sometimes. You guys are idiots. What the heck is that? You know how dirty that came up. That's your product right there. Because they got on there, they complained and talk about, oh, but it didn't dry. Oh, no, that's your product when it dries. It's dirty. See all this separation in here? That's from that oil being in there. That's what causes the separation. You know where I seen that before? I seen that in one of your video demonstrations. That's how I know you got oil in your paint. The first application that you put in has that weird kind of coating to it. It's that weird little smears around the screen. It doesn't actually grapple to the surface. I'm going to spend the day just basically trashing you guys today. I'm pretty much done. I got all my orders. We're done. I'm going to spend the day just trashing you guys today. You need it. You definitely need a reality call. That stuff is trash. Danny, can you try not to cancel an order this time? Next time, when I order from you guys, can you try to keep the money? Please, try to keep it. Try to hold on to it. Stop being afraid at the end of the day. Send me the product. I'm going to price an order for you guys soon. When my P2 gets here, I'm going to crush your products like this. I can't wait for this projector to get here. Crow, you're going to have two options out of this. You're going to have to sell your projector when I get done with that. You know how thorough I am with testing. I'm very thorough with testing. I want to test the daylights out of this machine. And when I get done putting your stuff to waste, I'm curious what this thing looks like on certified screens next to our technology. Oh, you certifieds are not going to be left out. We are definitely coming for you too. Ceiling and light projection technology. I'll show you some ceiling and light projection technology. All right, so you saw part one and part two. Part two is after it dried. That's how dirty it came up. This is part two. Sorry, people, I get excited about this. I have so much fun with this, it's not even funny. So this is a screen paint that Partey called himself giving away for free. What you do is you gave away a product that you didn't properly test. Where was the testing underneath this product? At all. You didn't have any testing. So you just made this dipwit, dumbwit idea of a product, stuck it out there and wrecked someone's screen at the end of the day. Because painting over this thing was a headache due to the fact because it had oil in the screen. It was a nightmare. Every time you would paint over it, these oil spots would push through and that would cause the screen to hotspot, which means you would wreck your freaking projection screen trying to paint over that monstrosity. Don't do any testing whatsoever. Just get on camera and just start running your mouths. That whole stacking system. I gotta play that today. So this right here, he tells you to put oil in it. Now, Partey, if you decide to come up anytime and say, that's not my product, that's a lie. Oh, okay. You sure you want to go with that? Are you sure? Are you 100% sure? Just like I told Jamie the other day when he was running his mouth about my screen size and he said it was a 100-inch. What did I say to you? I said, are you sure you want to go with this? You want to go down this road? Are you sure? You notice that he deleted all that, right? It's not there by him saying about, well, don't worry, Jamie, we got a recording of it, so we can always go back to that. But anyway, I told you, I asked you, was you sure? And you said yes. And now look who got embarrassed. He sent us like 60 emails yesterday, upset and angry, just ranting and carrying on. I asked you, was you sure? Did you want to go down that road? And you said, okay, give me 2 servants and get my butt kicked. Boom, Partey. Don't ever at the end of the day sit there and tell me that that's not your product. There it is right there. There's the ingredients right there. Squarespace, right to your website. Don't ever sit there and run your mouth to me. Look at it, embarrassed. Yeah. Works with long throw, short throw, and standard. No, it doesn't. It worked with Jack when we tested over here. 1 quart mix. Let's see, 2 cups of water-based polyurethane, 2 cups of black satin paint, 1/4 cup of body gel. Body gel? Who the freak puts body gel in screen paint? That's how I know you do not know. Oh, I gotta do a demonstration on this. You're an idiot. I'm literally gonna do a demonstration on this. This is why I'm gonna spend the whole day on you guys. You're an idiot. Look at this. Body gel? Hold up. You know what body gel does when you put that into a paint? It causes it to smear all over the place. Do you know how hard that stuff is to clean up? Try taking hot soap water to basically something that has freaking oil in it. That stuff is a headache to clean up. Yeah, that's a nightmare. Body gel. 4 tablespoons of silver or white mica, with basic mica, which would be basically some of that kind of like silver, whatever paint it is, silver crystal, whatever it is. That's it. Cosmetic grade. Please share. Oh yeah. I tell you one thing, that stuff was garbage. Garbage. Yeah, my goodness. On camera talking a whole bunch of nonsense at the end of the day. That stuff turned out to be trash. So, this is right here. Let's skip it up a little bit here. Skip it up a little bit here. There you go, partay. That's the mess that you made. You sound like one of those kids that basically plays with Play-Doh and he just mixes stuff together. You sound like that at the end of the day. I'm sorry, man. I'm going to tear you to today. I am. What the freak is that? That's the most nastiest thing I ever painted. It was just pushing all over the place. It just wouldn't take to the surface. It was nasty. And I destroyed my roller at that because the oil was seeped into it. That's why. I must have painted over that surface like 4 or 5 times, and I still kept getting these little oil spots pushing through. That's nasty. And you said oil, why? Oh, I forget it. So one day we did this, and he came in the room ranting like, "That's not my. I didn't tell you to make that." And I pulled up on the phone where it says in the video partay, and it has your website under the bottom, and he left the room. Guys are idiots. Don't even know how to make black paint. I wouldn't trust. That's why none of your black paints are actually open. That's why nobody can't buy anything. He got some nonsense there telling me his product is seasonal. How is a paint seasonal? Tell me that. How is a screen paint seasonal? No, seasonal means I can't basically sell it because it's trash. That's what it means. Now, I'll buy your product. I'll bring it down here. If you ever get a chance to basically release it, if ever it is open. One time his site was open. He's like, buy my product, buy my product. Dude, I bought your product like 7 times. It gave me $700 of my money. And what happened? You gave it back. You even gave back the money for the samples. Look at this dirt. Look at this dirty paint. Dirty. Dirty, dirty. Look how dirty it is. See that look to it? Yeah, that's the same look you saw when he was painting the screen. Let's have a look. See, stare at that real quick. Let's have a look here. Let's see real quick. Let's go to check Partay's page real quick. Now, Partay's page is a little bit much better than Crow's because at least he doesn't know what he's talking about, but at least he basically puts better information down. It's a bunch of bull at the end of the day, but it's much better than Crow's. Now, he calls himself the Coding King. That's what he calls himself. Face the king. I am the Coding King. Yeah, funny, Coding King. For some reason, you just couldn't keep $700 of my money because you kept giving it back. And mind you, his was a little worse because he went in the backyard and did that whole fake thing about saying we canceled from him. Well, I ordered you so much from you that you did a 404. I'm going to see if I can find that. We ordered the same. He's returned my money back so fast that I used the same $160 to buy his screen paints and his samples. That's how fast that money hit our account. That's how scared he was. I bet you must have peed yourself. I hate to say it that way, but I think you peed yourself when you see my order pop up with my address attached to it. What happened? Why didn't you give me my product? What happened? What'd you give me the money back for? You're supposed to be the king, right? So where's my product? So I got to go and contact somebody else to place an order to get your product because you're too afraid to send me the product and keep the money I send to you. Or maybe it's the reason why is you can't send me the product because it would cost you too much money. We already added that up. He didn't do well with his math. At the end of the day, his product literally cost more money to actually make. So by the time he gets done making his product, he owes money at the end of the day. If I really wanted to basically do some damage to you, I would order $1,000 worth of freaking paint from you. What can you do at the end of the day? You gonna return $1,000 back to me? That's pretty embarrassing. You can't make it because if you make it, you owe money. You owe at least about $40 per each order. I may do this summer. If your site's still there, I'm gonna drop $1,000 into your account. I guarantee you, you're either going to shut your website down, which you did last time. Last time we ordered too much paint from him, he put in a 404 error. He shut down the marketplace. He couldn't, because he couldn't, you can't ship out the product. It costs too much. I mean, basically, if you want to sit down, partay, and do the math, I mean, I got no problem with that. But you can't. You have, unless you change, let me see if you change your containers in here. If you still got 48s. Let's see. But before we go down that road, I'm going to check something. No. Let's see the do-it-yourself coding first. Then we'll go and check that out real quick first. Do-it-yourself code. See, you got face decaying. This person gave us back our money. Couldn't keep it. So let's go over here and let's see. That going out, sold out. He's still sold out. He ain't opening up no shopping carts over here. Shopping carts are all closed. He can't open it up. I told you, it cost him too much money. He literally didn't do his math correctly, and he owes money. Every time if he sells something, he has to pay out money. He don't make anything. That's the reason why. Somebody didn't do their math correctly. Oh, this is a real genius at the end of the day. This tells you at the end of the day, and I hate to be rude here, but you guys come down to me and try to tell me at the end of the day that I'm stupid. This is a fellow at the end of the day who's paying for a website that he can't make money off of, and a store he can't even open because it costs too much money for the product because he didn't do his math correctly. And the other fellow basically has a product that matches the house paint, continues to sell the product on his website, knowing it matched the house paint at the end of the day, and still got caught trying to drag and drop images from Google because your picture quality sucks so bad that you have to steal images off Google to try to make your product look good. So let me get this straight. Without my technology, you guys wouldn't even have a good product. Because you got to deal with these jokers at the end of the day. I know that for a fact. If I decide tomorrow to pull my company, to shut my website down, and to basically service only high clientele that I know that will pay the money for my technology at the end of the day and give me my just due, then you got to deal with this mess at the end of the day. I know what you're going to be dealing with. Or you're going to have to sacrifice and go with the high-end certifies. That's the only option you have. Unless somebody comes along and develops a screen paint better than mine, but they're going to have to be the beat my 12-year span, or I don't know, way beyond 12-year span now because it's 2023. They're going to have to be able to back up their credit under our technology. That's a lot. It's a huge, massive shoe to fill. And I guarantee you, if they even come close to our technology, there's no way in the world they're going to sell that screen paint for that price. They're going to charge for way more than that. And you got another monster to deal with. That's what happens. This is what the industry is, people. This is a wake-up call of the industry. Yes, it is. It's the wake-up call of the industry. And I can be like the bigger dogs. I don't care at the end of the day, because at the end of the day, I'll have my money. It doesn't make a difference. I couldn't care less if you could afford it or not. Why is that my problem at the end of the day? I'll be rich. What do I care? See, that's the difference. Because in my mind, basically, I'm the opposite. I'm the one that doesn't care about the material things at the end of the day. I design screen paint so everybody can afford them at the end of the day. And I don't think it's right that you have to have deep pockets or deal with the clowns at the end of the day to get a proper looking screen at the end of the day. So that's why I do what I do. Because if not, I can have that attitude too. So let's look at this nightmare. I'll tell you, only one screen paint I like was that Pro HD. I like his product. I'd like to meet this guy. I really would. Hopefully he's not like the rest of them. But I would like to meet him. I want to make sure I get him a good contract someplace. That was a good paint. Got here very professional. Everything was worded right. Very professional. Didn't lie. Didn't add a bunch of overzealous nonsense into it. Was clean and right to the point. Clean. It was very nice. Product came over here. Very beautiful color. Extremely beautiful color. Very nice. Very affordable. Everything was done professional. It was very professional. If I ever get clients that want a lighter screen paint, I'm directing them to him. So let's see. We're over here. Oh, this is close. He doesn't have nothing here. I'm going to see some real quick. Wait, no, because I don't want to skip on that. We just saw that ugly paint. We just painted into his product. Let's go over and let's grab, let me see. It is. Watch Partay to prove sketchy Crystal Edge Black series wrong. Well, how would you have my product? You didn't buy anything from me. Neither did Crow. So how would you have it? And our product's tested with batch numbers. So don't care. So let's see. Let's go with your He doesn't have anything here for testing. So there's nothing up here for showing any test demonstrations. This is the application. I'm not reading through this. This thing's a freaking nightmare. He literally has a chart at the bottom to show you how to basically pour the paint. I told you I wasn't joking. So imagine you reading through all of this nonsense. We've been through this before, but I guess I can go through this, reading the application steps. It's fun. Let's see. Oh, gee whiz. Let's see how far we got to go up on this one. All right. Before you start, teams you will need using, we're not going to the whole paint roller thing, 9-inch paint roller. We're not going to, what you need, a 1/8 thick roller. Oh, this is a bunch of crap. We're not reading through all that. Where do we get to the instructions? Okay, getting started. Okay, stir the formula very, very well, including side and bottom. A few minutes stirring time will serve you well. And light stir again before each coat. Let me get you guys a little interesting before we go down this road. So you're claiming you did reviews on my product. Let me get this straight. And my product is supposed to come out looking dirty, ugly, whatever way you claim my product is. So that means the tons of test demonstrations that we did backing up our products are considered to be fake. And if they are considered to be fake, that means you wouldn't have any problem basically duplicating and outperforming all the demonstrations we've done, proving I was fake. But you can't do that because your products don't work. But anyway, let's move on. Let's see. Bottom and few cases, you say stir the formula very, very well. Oh, great goodness. I swear this feels like a Peter Parker pick the peck with a pick the peck. That's what it feels like. Let's just get this done. Get this done. Stir the formula very, very well, including the sides and bottoms. A few minutes stirring time will serve you well. And lightly stir before each coat. You gotta be kidding. There's a whole section here for stirring? Mother freaking George. What the freak? Seriously. Lightly stir before each coat. You missed this yourself. Now mind, you said lightly stir before each coat. Lightly stir again before each coat. You stir, so you can filter the mixture using a paint filter if desired. Okay. Preparations 2. Ensure your screen surface is laying on a flat surface. If on a frame, remove the surface ensuring. Oh, great God Almighty! Yeah, that's a bad idea. You remove it. Go ahead. See what happens. Matter of fact, go ahead. Take his advice. Paint the screen in, and remove it from the frame and try to put it back in. Let's see what happens. I would love to see that one. Let's see. Move the frame before the surface and ensure that it is laying flat. Visualize your screen in 3 sections, left, middle, right. For an example, see the graphic below. So you have to see the graphic chart below. So your screen, if you have it on the wall, you can't paint it on the wall because you have to paint this line across. And again, Partey, I have to ask you a question. How does this work for paint sprayers? If you have to paint a line across the screen, how does this work for paint sprayer and also do a roller and pan? That's stupid. Okay, applications. For 90 to 100 inch screens, we recommend you pour in 3/4 cups across the screen as shown in the graphic. Are you kidding me? I gotta blow this up so you guys can see I'm actually telling the truth here on this right here. You literally have to have a freaking measurement for the line you paint across the screen. You just and you're done. Gee whiz, this is stupid. Who the freak's going to do all this at the end of the day? I'm going to look up and see if you have customers. For a 105, say for 101 to 120 inch screen, we recommend you pour 1 cup of the material. Another one that's 1/4 for 190 to 180. For a 120 to 150 inch, use 1 cup and 1/4. That's stupid. Unbelievable. All right, so you're doing this per application because your screen paint requires 4 coats. So you're doing 4 times 1 cup, well, that'd be 4 cups, and 1/4. Are you doing that 4 times? Because you're adding a 4. This is not a 1 coat application. You have a 4 coat application. So is that per each application? Is that what you're talking about? Because that's a freaking headache. All right. Carefully move the formula around the screen to ensure the screen is fully covered with the formula. I said carefully, so as not to slosh it off or slash it off your screen with a quickly thrust, with a quick thrust. Note, fully covered does not mean that the coat will look even. This is where you mess up big time. Majority of most people that are painting the screen are expecting to see outstanding results. They're already feeling subconscious at the end of the day of not having enough confidence to paint the screen to begin with, and they have a fear that they're going to mess it up, and they don't want to mess it up. So the first expression is the last expression. If it looks like crap going on the first time, guess what? Confidence level isn't going to be all that great for the second, third, and fourth. Gee whiz, you guys do any work at the end of the day when you write this stuff? All right. Customers are always nervous when they're painting the screen for the first time. It's the first time doing it. You don't want to make any mistakes. Yeah, the screen looks like crap. Can you imagine you freaking going in and you painting a wall from Home Depot and it looks all blotchy, looks really, really horrible? That's not going to make you go, I've done an amazing job. No, it's going to make you feel like, gee, I messed this up, man. You're not going to have the confidence to go in again on that. You screwed up already the first time. Why do you want to repeat that nonsense again? You already just this messed up right there. All right, let's see. No, fully covered does not mean that the coat will look even. To the contrary, it will not. The goal is to simply ensure the full surface is wet and the material is not saturated. So basically, you put a coat on a screen for the first time just to wet the screen. Once you just put water on it, you just be done with it. That's going to wet it too. At the end of the day, it's the same thing. I mean, it's stupid. All right, let's see. Starting on either side of the screen, apply a good amount of pressure to the roller bottom to the top of the screen in one full line, moving to the next line beside where your previous row ended. Repeat across the screen until you have a good even distribution of the formula on the screen. Start on either side of your screen, allowing only the weight of the roller, no pressure, to repeat step 2. Anybody else follow behind that one? If you haven't, then too bad, because guess what? I got lost too. I swear I got to look up GPS to find that one. That one disappeared completely. All right, repeat these steps 4 times. Feel free to use a fan to assist in drying time, but allow each coat to sit for 2 to 3 minutes before applying the fan. Let's see. Remember to apply each coat completely, dry to the touch. Now, part A. Let's be reasonable here. Why are we putting 4 coats of paint onto a surface that we can only just want to be more sufficient? You're saying that you have a stacking system which allows the screen, and you're building a screen. It's a stacking system. It's fusing together. How does that work if it's dry to the touch? If I paint the wall next to me blue, let it dry. I paint it green, let it dry. I paint it red, let it dry. How do they all combine together if they're dry to the touch? Now, if I were to put it on with a paint sprayer, let it dry a little bit and then coat it with another one. As it dries, it will have the ability to be able to fuse together. You can't do that with a roller because you'll have something called cross-contamination, where you'll have colors all blending together like some freaking psychedelic rainbow all across your screen. Gee whiz, people. Not you guys. I'm just talking about these jokers, man, at the end of the day. Oh, gee, my goodness, I swear they should make this a drinking game. Everybody's going to come out of that room with liver damage. All right, let's see. Okay, starting on either side of the ball. We already been through already. We've been through already. Okay. Repeat each step 4 times, feeling free to use a fan to assist in drying time, but allow each coat 2 to 3 minutes before applying the fan. Remember, allowing each coat to be completely dry to the touch before applying the next coat. All right. Coat dry time is approximately 1 to 1.5 hours. Yeah, you got a problem there, buddy. What size is the screen is that required for? Because if I'm painting the screen size from a 100 inch to 150 inch, where does that basically come with? They all can't dry at the same time. That's virtually impossible. If you got a screen at 100 inches, it's not going to dry at the same time as the screen is 180 inches. There's going to be more drying time on the bigger screen because there's more paint to dry. So what does that apply to? What does 1 hour to 1.5 hours apply to? Why do you have 1.5 hours? What the freak is that dumb nonsense? Should be 5.1 hours. Oh, okay, whatever. This guy's an idiot. You can shorten your drying time approximately 30 minutes using a fan or heat gun. 30 minutes. So we're going to go from 1 hour to 1.5 hours to 30. Forget it. Not even going to explain that one. Okay, video explaining these steps along with examples, panels being painted by my wife, Kelly, including below. All right, let's see what we're going over here. All right, let me see. Let's get this right. Okay, you have heard us say that Partase coatings are not a paint. Paint generally cures rather quickly. Then I'd rather just go with the paint. If the paint's going to dry faster than your screen paint, why would I buy your paint? That's like saying, hey, this paint over here is going to dry in 2 minutes, but the paint we have over here is going to dry 7 days. Then I'm going with the paint that dries for 2 minutes. That's the dumbest thing. You just downgraded your product right there by saying that. He literally says there. He says, if you don't believe me, right there. He says, you have heard that Partase coating is not a paint. Paint generally cures rather quickly. Our coating will continue to cure. This is not your drying time. Curing is a process. Oh my goodness, dude, you're just stupid on so many levels. Guess everyday household paint, I've dried so much paint, it's not even funny. I've literally sat there and watched paint dry at the end of the day. I can take very different times. I painted network gray to a surface. I paint network gray to a surface to stiffen the surface so we can apply multiple coats to it. The screen I had downstairs I was building was 129 inch 1610 customized gaming screen that I built. I used network gray to basically even the coat on the surface so I can basically apply my application, but not only that, added a couple extra coats to it to stiffen the surface in case I want to use it for ultra short displays. On top of that, I need to lay as flat as possible like a board. So it doesn't take that long to dry regular house paint. And it will be dry. It will be dry to the touch. My goodness. He's got some of this stuff from Goose Screen. Goose Screen had a screen that it took like 24 hours to 6 months for the Goose Screen. And the Goose Screen, screens would constantly cure, which means liquid would be coming from the screen as it's drying. That's what it was. Now, when we did vinyl screens, the problem with painting vinyl screens is a vinyl screen, if you roll it up, this is a screen that will stick. And when you go to pull it apart, it's going to rip. So what we would do is we would line the inside of the screen with a kind of a tissue paper. So as the screen was basically curing, which means the liquid was coming out of the screen, the paper would absorb it. And basically, when you open up the screen, it wouldn't stick together. I know that stuff already because we did all this stuff already before. We had a vinyl, basically huge, massive vinyl projection screen that we sold. Oh my goodness. Okay, so basically, curing is not your drying time. Curing is a process in which the screen is reducing oxygen, continue to dry. No, curing is basically when you have your screen has moisture and liquid that comes from the screen when the screen's actually drying. That's what it comes from curing the screen, because Goose Screen has it in their specifications for their product on why the screen may be still wet, because it's actually liquid basically still curing from draining from the screen. That's what that's from. Anyway. Let's see. You don't know anything about Goose Screen because you weren't that far back. Let's see. Curing is a process in which the screen is releasing oxygen to continue to dry. Internally, as polymers, you like that word polymer. Polymers do over about a period of 5 to 7 days. So it takes 5 to 7 days for your screen to dry. Why would I even go down that road? Because it is recommended that you do not wipe or clean your screen until after 24 hours. Let me get this straight. 24 hours? Are you kidding me? 24 hours. Do you know how long it takes me to paint and dry a screen? As a matter of fact, I did a demonstration where I did a 80-inch screen painted on the wall twice and a 100-inch screen by the time your video completed. By the time your video completed, I was able to paint and dry the screens and show a demonstration at the same time. Just like that. 24 freaking hours? Yeah, somebody has gone cuckoo for Cocoa Pops. No, I am not waiting no 24 hours. You know, about 5 to 7 days. You actually send the video 5 to 7 days for a screen to dry. Now, mind you, when you watch this, this is a demonstration. Let's watch this.
Hi folks, Danny here at Part 8. So tonight I have Miss Kelly with me. She's going to be painting a screen.
Danny, you're joined to come in. You're not banned from my channel. Come on in, Danny. Explain this crap.
Specifically about the surface, and then we'll talk about the actual mix. This surface, it's hard to tell because it's got a sheen to it. I coated it with a white gloss. That's just the only white I have in the house, so I use what I have. But it's got a lot of texture. I just put enough, if you can make it out there, there's little places in it, right? So I just put enough on here to give you an example because I'm going to use this as a little bit of a worst case scenario. So you'll also notice that there's texture on here because of the roller that I used, and this is really thick, gloppy paint. You're used to hearing the whenever people are rolling it, right? So the formula is not going to be like that. You will see how it works. But I just wanted to tell you that if we have a surface that has a good bit of texture on it, and you'll be able to pick up that texture whenever we do our display. And the reason for that is because this formula acts as a skin. It's very thin. You're going to do very thin layers. You're going to do 4 thin layers, and it's all going to be okay. I promise you. You're going to...
It's not going to be okay. Because basically, you're going to go through all this to basically find out that the wall in the theater room did the exact same thing. It matched his screen, and he didn't have to put 4 layers on the wall. And I can tell you what paint would match this color perfectly. I can get it right from Sherwin-Williams. I've asked this individual to basically do this test against this paint, and he refused to do it. I also asked him to take the screen and put it against the wall in the theater room. He refused to do it. I also asked him about the multi-step system. If you can remove steps from each one of the applications to see if there's an outcome of missing one of the steps. He refused to do it.
First roll is going to be the ugliest paint job you've ever done probably in your life. So don't worry about it. That's good. That's fine. You'll see as we go through this that this is not about being a master. This formula has been designed to make it very easy for you to do, where you pretty much have to try to screw it up, maybe just take and do some finger painting in there. I can't guarantee against that, but this should...
Yeah, finger painting. We know we were watching our old demonstrations. But anyway, I'm going to buy your paint. When I get my P2, I'm buying your paint too. Don't cancel the order, okay?
Be fairly easy. All right? So, first things you want to remember
cancel the order, somebody else will get it.
You want to stir it very well. Okay? And what you want to do is you want to make sure you stir the bottom. Almost I do mine in a checkered pattern. I kind of go one direction from side to side and then the other way side to side. And I'll do that a few times and then make sure that you get around your edges so that you don't have stuff that's just stuck to the edges. Now, this over time, probably by the time you would receive it, it's going to look like it does when we mix it. But over time, you will have some separation there that could occur, and that's going to be because we use a combination of distilled water with something we designed here. The polymers in it are heavier.
All right, AKA bottom line, cut through the bull crap. He basically put water in the paint. That's what he did. He put water in the paint to give it like a thin light coating to make it look like it's not a paint at the end of the day. That's what he did. People do this sometimes to put water in paint if they want to stretch out paint at the end of the day. I've seen people put milk in paint one time. But anyway, as I said before, that's all it is. And the reason why there's going to be a separation, because if you put water in paint, of course there's going to be a separation. You got paint that got a 5-year shelf life, and you stick it in your freaking garage, come out there, it'll be separated from the previous paint that they put in. You just mix it up and you're done. That's where that comes from. But the polymers and all that stuff, man, you sound like freaking a whack version of freaking Star Trek.
It's going to fall to the bottom. So your water will kind of rise to the top and separate. That water is really only there as a delivery vehicle for the product because it's going to evaporate. What Kelly's going to do is I'm going to...
All right. So what you're saying is that the paint that you have in there, the water you put in there is a delivery system to keep the product from basically evaporating. If that was the case, every time you would buy paint, you would find water in it. And that'd be the excuse. I mean, you talk about Home Depot, Lowe's, Bench and More has tons and tons of paint, stacks and stacks of it all over the place. And none of that stuff has water in it at all, period. If the container is properly sealed and air can't get in there, then there's a good chance it's not going to evaporate. Maybe get lumpy and chunky, but no, that's basically about it. That's stupid. That's another dumb thing at the end of the day just said.
I instruct her on how to get started. And the way that we're going to get started is think of this as your full screen. I usually break mine into thirds. So you would have 3 areas. There's actually 2 kind of divots in this thing. You can see one over here and one here. But we'll break it into thirds. What I usually do is run.
Okay, so you say you can paint 150 inch screen. Sorry about that, I'm eating food. My screen's 150 inch. You see the size of my screen? Now imagine that being fixed frame. Fixed frame is a much bigger screen than what I have on the wall. So that means I gotta take that thing down, disassemble it, pull the material out of it, paint it flat to the surface, and put that thing back together. Instead of just painting it while it's on the wall would make it a whole lot easier. And keep in mind, when you pull down a 150 inch screen, you're gonna have to move furniture at the same time too. You have to move everything out of the environment. You got a plastic wrap. Yeah, that's a headache on top of that. That part today doesn't explain to you that when you paint a screen of that caliber, even 100 inch, when you're rolling the screen, sometimes the roller and screen can get stuck around the roller. It catches, and you can end up rolling your screen into your roller. That does happen too. Best to keep it in the frame and frog keep it.
For this size panel, we're just going to run like a little 2 inch. If I'm doing a full screen, I'm probably going to run about a 3 to 4 inch, maybe 3 inch. Start with 3. You can always pour a little more if you want to do it that way. You can use a rolling pan. The thing is I wouldn't use more in a rolling pan than what you plan to do in one.
This is where he messed up in the video. How are you going to use a rolling pan if it requires you to pour the paint in the center of the screen? How would that even work? Are you going to pour? I don't even know how that would even work. He said you can use a. Okay, whatever. Let's move on.
Coating, and I'll explain that as we go. Okay, so the easiest thing to do is Kelly right now. I've instructed her. She's going.
So basically, I got to go back to this rolling pan nonsense. If you're going to use a rolling pan, you're going to pour the paint into the pan, and then take. How are you going to pour that onto the screen? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. So let me get this straight. You're going to take the paint, pour it into the rolling pan, then take the rolling pan and pour it down the side of your screen and paint it in. Tell me that's not the backwards, most dumbest thing you've heard in your entire life. You notice that he hiccups a little bit as he says it because he realized he just said something really stupid. You will never hear him talk about the rolling pan ever again. Watch this.
Well, the easiest thing to do is Kelly right now, I've instructed her, she's going to, I wouldn't use more in a rolling pan than what you plan to do in one.
Hear that hiccup?
And I'll explain a little more if you want to do it that way. You can use a rolling pan. The thing is I wouldn't use more in a rolling pan than what you plan to do in.
Yeah, because you can't use a rolling pan if you're required to basically paint a line in the middle of the screen, and you're giving people specific instructions that you have to have 1 cup and 4, 3/4 and all that stuff to pour a specific line down the center of the screen. So why would you pour that into a rolling pan? What would a rolling pan have to do with that? You're pouring the paint here, not into the rolling pan. That means you're going to pour paint into a rolling pan, then take the paint out of the rolling pan and pour it down the side. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. That's what I told you. Don't know what they're talking about.
One coating, and I'll explain that as we go. Okay, so the easiest thing to do is Kelly right now, I've instructed her, she's going to run about a 2 inch wide.
He said 2 inch wide, but he's got 3 inch wide right here. Your instructions are so freaking bananas, you don't even know them yourself. You got clearly here 3, but you're talking about 2.
Easiest thing to do is Kelly right now, I've instructed her, she's going to run about a 2 inch wide strip from the center of the first one to the center of the third one. There you go. Just keep going across. There you go. Nice.
Now, if you look at this right here, he tells you that you approximately have to pour a line, approximately 3, or he said 2, but it says 3 here, 3 inches wide. First of all, if this product has distilled water, it's going to be very, very thin. That's why you keep saying it's a skin coating. But the reason why it's so thin because it has distilled water. And you try to make up for the distilled water by saying that it works as a delivery system to keep the product from drying out. That's all bull crap. So let me tell you something right here. First things first, nobody on this planet is going to be able to pour a line of thin paint from one end to the next and have it approximately 3 inches wide. No, when that paint hits, it's going to expand. Some's going to expand more, some's going to expand less. That's virtually impossible. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. You can see right there where she's pouring it out. It's just thin here, it's wide here, it's thin here, it's wide here. That's not approximately 3 inches or 2 inches. That's virtually impossible.
Nice. Okay. Now, you can actually take your brush and brush that up the side if that happens. Where you have a little roll in the container. There you go. Nice. Now you just want to go ahead and get to roll.
She didn't stir it. I know your own instructions better than you. So you're supposed to stir that 3-4 times for each application, and she didn't stir it. That's not her fault, that's yours, because you don't even know what you're talking about.
And what you want to do, the goal here is to cover the surface. You're not trying to get a pretty roll, like you're rolling a wall in your house or something. You just want to, first of all, what you want to do is try to get your.
Now you see right here where the paint is separating, where it's smearing, that's because there's oil in this right here. There's some kind of oil in here. Because for some reason, if you put water in paint, that's not going to keep the paint from basically connecting to the surface. It's just going to thin it out a little bit, but it's still going to make contact with the surface. This is something right here that he has some kind of oil, something in here that's causing the paint to separate. It's not basically marrying well to the surface. That's why she can't apply any pressure to it. She applies pressure to it, she's going to smear it all over the place. So what she's going to do is she's going to have to lift her roller up just a little bit, put a light little pressure on it, so that way she can do a light cover over top of it. That's what she has to do.
Roller saturated with the material. Rolling it back and forth, you want to saturate your roller with the material.
Like this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Now see how it's pushing? See how the paint's pushing all around in these heavy puddles right here? But all this is smearing back and forth? Yeah, there's oil in it.
So,
But now you want to start rolling it, like rolling that out, because what you see is you've got little pieces.
This is a mess. That's a mess. That's a mess.
You're just trying to get coverage.
That is a
Good,
mess.
Even coverage. It's not going to look even as far as color, but you want the whole surface to be wet. It's as easy as that. Just basically, try not to roll it off. I usually roll side to side.
I got you. You instructed me.
So what's the purpose of basically wetting the surface if you're going to wet the surface anyway with the second, third, and fourth? Why? Let's see, this is questions I need to have answered. This is going to tell you at the end of the day. They can't answer. I would love to have Partey in one of these rooms to talk to him. Why in the world would you need to wet the surface? What's the purpose of wetting the surface? What is that for? What does that do at the end of the day? Why is that so important? Well, I can't wait to get your product up here. I'm going to break that thing down. I'm going to break it down. Because, man, that doesn't make any sense. There is no point in all that. You do it, this extra work for nothing.
Clearly, I'm not a painter. Not even
You're
a
doing
artist.
absolutely perfect. Once again, you're not trying to get a pretty roll at all. What you're trying to do is get the material on the surface.
I can imagine doing a 150-inch, 120-inch screen, 100-inch screen with this mess.
All right,
Gee
see,
whiz.
now you can start applying just a little bit of pressure, going either side to side or up and down. Just apply a little bit more pressure. Be easy when you want to roll your roller. There you go.
Not just.
Yeah, not just slide it.
Gotcha.
All right. Now you see how that's starting to coat across the screen now?
I do.
It's starting to coat because you're putting less pressure on it. That's
And
why.
really all you're wanting to do is just make sure you get a good even coat.
Now, you see how this looks right here? Remember I told you there's oil in here? This is the reason why you needed to see that. Told you. There's oil in it. I had the same reaction over here when we painted it in what year we did? 3 years ago. That's why when I saw him paint the screen, it wouldn't take. We had the same problem over there when he gave away that free coating. That right there is the first application to his screen right there. That's the ingredients on how to make it. but I wouldn't touch it because that oil substance that's in there is going to bleed through every single one of those layers. That's what's going to happen. See that? That's all from oil. There you go, Partey.
All right, now go back to this side and just let.
I know you were in here.
Lightly
I know you were in here.
your roller.
That kind of hurt, didn't it? Yeah, just
Just
crap
let
is
the
crap.
weight of the roller roll.
I'll get my hands on your stuff
Just
soon enough.
roll
I'm going to
up.
test your stuff out.
Go take your
But Stepher,
roller.
I'm going to do your paint differently. I'm going to let other people paint it in. I'm going to have people do a survey with your product. I'm going to order a couple of your screen paint products. If you ever open up your website, when you do, I'm going to place orders. I have other people place orders for me. I'm going to get your products down here and have people paint my screen in versus painting yours in. We're going to let other people, strangers, do it on a survey, live, in front of an audience.
And put it about halfway on the line you just made. Mm-hmm. And just do that again.
And it won't be none of that fake nonsense because we know at the end of the day, you guys do those fake demonstrations. Oh, I got it from a customer. No. I told you at the end of the day, we all know those demonstrations are fake. If you want my product, you buy directly from me. And you can't buy it directly from me because, again, we know at the end of the day, you fake your demonstrations. So, again, that's what you need to do. But until then, I will have your products. I'm a first trial order myself because I want you to return the money back to my account, but I'm going to have my people go pick it up. But this is oil.
Over across your surface.
Oh, that's nasty. If I paid the money that I paid for some of these screens I paid for, and that thing looked like that, that's disgusting.
Now, the reason we're doing this is because I want to show you it's very easy. It's just a technique, right? But also, this will help you optimize. That's it. You're done. This will help you optimize
Listen to this.
the surface. So the surface is going to have less texture. It's going to be very fine and give you a really nice image. So that's it. It was just coat the surface, do your light roll all the way across, and then now we're going to let it set for maybe 2 to 3 minutes just because this starts to try to level set itself. We're going to let it set for about 2 or 3 minutes, and then we're going to put it on the on our fan. Excuse me. We're going to put it on the fan, and we'll be back in just a few. Okay. All right. So we're back now. One thing that I did forget to mention in
Now, you see how that looks right there? That texture looks? All right. I'm going to show you something. That one back on? Yes, back on. Yeah. That's we made it right here. I want this one. So we get the product. Same texture parts. Hey, that's how we know for a fact that you've been putting oil in your paint. Let's go back to the very first one. There it is, right there. This is what I was looking for. Now, before he did that whole 3 and 4 coat, he had 1 coat application. This is what it was. This product wasn't selling. He called himself making his product. It wasn't doing so well. And the reason why it wasn't doing so well, because the paint was hot spotting like crazy. Not only that, the colors were coming up too, the white levels were really horrible. Let me see right there. Here we go. Perfect. There you go. That's you, ain't it? So let me tell you what you got here, buddy. You got that oil, you got some oil in it. That's why the paint was sloshing all over the place, because that's oil in the paint. We know that for a fact. The rest of the coatings that you have over there is nothing special about them. They're just a mixture of black and white paint. The reason why I say that you don't have anything special here is because this would cost you too much money. There is no way in the world those are 4 different individual screen paints. What we have here is some has oil. This one definitely has oil in it. It's different. It has oil in it. But the other 3 don't. The other 3 is basically more or less black paint. That's all it is. Because it would cost you too much money. There's no way in the world. If, like I said, if I break it down, you got 48. So if I break it down at 32s, right? You got to make a gallon for each one of these. And this is why he has to do it. His overhead, he wouldn't make any money. Anytime you're making product, you don't make it by the quart, you make it by the gallon. So that way, whatever you got left over, you can basically make your money off of that. It pays for itself. That's how you do it. You don't make it by the quart. You won't have any money left over if another order goes through. If you're selling it at 30, say you got 4 32s. Crow, you might want to listen to this one because I'll tell you how it goes into a gallon. You do 4 32s, right? As Crow. He sells one of the, he makes the investment for the gallon. He makes the investment for the black paint. That's what he does. Black paint you're going to have around for a while because you're only going to be putting like 2 teaspoons, 3 teaspoons per every quart. So that's going to be around for a while. But your base is what's going to make your money. So that's right there is going to be Bear 1050. That's your gallon right there. So you invest in that 1 gallon at a 1 to 32s. You're going to make your order out of that. That's going to be what, $95. But now you got an additional 3 sitting to the side that you're going to be able to make a profit off of. You guys don't know business at the end of the day. It's very easy. But if you went out and did it by the quarts, this is going to cost you more money because now you still got to go out and buy another quart for each time you sell one of those 95s. And that's going to eat away at your profits. That's why they do it by the gallons. But what Partey did, Partey has to make his at the gallon because he has 48s, which means he's 16 ounces short of his product, which means that's going to mean you're going to need 100. If I break it down and make it too hard for you, let's just put it this way. You're going to need 2 gallons and 2 quarts in order to be able to complete all the 4 48s. That's what's going to require. Other words, break it down, 64 and 128. 128 ounces and 64 because you have 16 ounces for every 32. If I lose you there, Partey, I don't have time to draw up sock puppets. I really don't. But this is where you messed up at big time. Trying to copy us and try to bring in 48s, you screwed yourself big time. You literally, for every 32, you have to add an additional 16 ounces to add to 48. That's where you messed up. And this is going to cost you money. So if we do this at a basic 32, right? Basic 32. We're going to do a basic screen paint. Simple and plain. Bear 1050. $17 for the black. $23.17. So right there, you already got about around $40 right there. And if you cough up probably about a little silver, like $5 for silver, $5 for a little bit of that shiny gold stuff where you're gonna put in there. Let's say altogether $50. $50 for a basic. That's it, right? That's $50 for basic, and you're gonna need at least, I say roughly, if you're doing 4 applications, and each application is going to have to be different, which means you can't match the first one, second, third, or fourth. They're all going to have to be made different, which means some could fluctuate of costing you maybe 60, some could fluctuate costing you 80, some could fluctuate costing you, it's going to be 50, it's going to be the max you can do. It's going to be 50. Yeah, because a basic is going to cost him 50, so he can't go no lower than 50, but he can't go higher than 50. And keep in mind, you're saying that each one of your applications are different. So you can't use the same paint from the first 50 because that means all your product is basically the same. You have to use something completely different. So you have to start a whole new scratch of a new paint out of that 50 and add something different to it. And then another one and add something different. Of course, you're going to have a little paint left over afterwards, but still, that's $200 right there. And that's off a basic 32, not a 48. If you do 48, that means you got to do a gallon and 2 quarts. So when you break it down, that's $200 for a product that you're selling for $160, which means you owe money at the end of the day. Unless you're buying a 5-gallon bucket of white paint and you're buying a gallon of black paint and you're just toning it, where you're basically going to put less black paint and a little bit more in this one so I can make each one look like it's different. That you're doing it that way. Other than that, if you're talking about each one of those ingredients for each one of those steps have their own different identity, and the base is $50, you can't go back and take paint out of the gallon and make another one out of that, because that's not going to work. You're still going to come up short. You're going to be short 2 quarts. So that's not going to work. And even if you got a base at $50, what are you going to do? Make the same base for each single one? That's still $200. There's no way you can break that up. You still are going to pass the 160 mark. He can't go past the 160 mark because that's his profit line. Even at $50, you have $110 left. But that's not going to be enough paint at the end of the day. You're still short 2 quarts. And if it's $20 a quart, then you're talking about at least $40 right there alone by itself. And then you're talking about additional maybe $20 or $23 for that. That's about $63. Now you got $100 left over. Actually, you got $97 left over. That's what you got. But that means that you cheated, because that means the paint's not different. It doesn't each one have its own identity. It all just came from one container, unless you're adding more or less black paint to do it. But if you're going to make each individual by itself, you're way over your profit line, which means you're not making a dime, which means it costs more money to make that product. Every time a sale goes through, you owe money. That's what's going on. And the website alone proves that the company is a failure, because you have to maintain the website. You can't shut that site down because it would show you failed. The only way you can get around that is you're going to have to get rid of the 32s. And so the 48s are going to have to go. It's still going to cost you money. You got to get rid of the 48s, and you got to get rid of that whole 4-screen process. You got to get rid of that. That's where you're losing your money at. Now, the reason why Goose Screen could do it is because Goose Screen paint at the time was costing like $500-600. They could easily do it. But you're charging $160. Whatever profit you make, you can't go past the 160 mark. Now, God forbid, if you got to ship this to somebody, it's going to cost you money. That's another $20 out of your pocket, because you have 4 48s. You can't fit the 48 containers in a medium-sized box. They won't fit. We know, we used to have them. You have to put those in a large box, which in the US, that's $20. But if somebody makes an order overseas, that can jump easily from $120 to $130 quickly. And if with a $70 surcharge fee in there, you still owe money at the end of the day. You got to pay the 30 to equal the 100, and plus whatever comes along after that. So if it's 120, you owe $50. How are you going to pay that up? You didn't do your math correctly at all, period. That's why you can't sell his product. That's why his company is considered to be nothing at the end of the day, because Partey shot himself in the foot. He didn't do his math correctly. That's what happened. But when I get your product down there, if we ever get it down here, I'll break it down and show you where you messed up. On camera, how you messed up. That's why his product, his website's always closed, because if he makes a sale, he literally owes money. Now, if I wanted to hurt you at the end of the day, I'll wait for your website to open up, and I'll flush $1,000 through your site. You know what will happen to if I flush $1,000 through your site? That means that, say, hey, you, out of that, you got to pay up about $40 or $50 to make the order out of your own pocket. That's going to cost you money at the end of the day. That's an order you can't process. So you're going to have to return $1,000 back to my account, because you can't process it, the order. I think that's 2 things that happen when we place orders through Partey for $700. You realize, number 1, he can't process the order because it costs too much. And number 2, well, he can't back it up. You know that.
The first coat was when you finish, rinse out your roller, Now, what I do is usually that's the reason I use so little material. That way there's not really a lot to rinse out of your roller. So
I'm going to basically try to keep myself calm on this one. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. So what you're telling me, rinse out and clean your rollers with warm water between the remaining coats. You just hear what he just said. He says the reason why he uses such little material is because it's less paint to rinse out of the roller. Parte. Do you listen when you talk? I'm explaining.
Now, what I do is usually that's the reason I use so little material. That way there's not really a lot to rinse out of your roller. So you don't waste a lot of material, but you start with a fresh roller for this coat. So this time.
All right. You got nerve to call me an idiot. You're stupid. So I'm going to tell you why you're stupid. Number one, if you have two rollers, and I explained this to you before, and one roller is for a 180-inch screen, the other one's for a 150-inch screen. Say one roller is for a 100-inch screen, and one screen's for a 200-inch screen. Just because I'm painting a screen with a 200-inch screen with the roller doesn't mean it's going to be less paint on the roller. They're both going to be saturated with the same amount of paint. If I take both rollers and I stick them in the pan and I move them back and forth and I bring them up, they're both going to have the same amount of paint. More or less, they're going to have the same amount of paint. Just because I'm painting a 200-inch screen doesn't mean I'm going to have less paint on my roller. Seriously, do you understand the laws of physics? How this all works at the end of the day? Because apparently I don't think you do. I really don't think you do. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. You're still going to wash out a good majority of paint, regardless of what screen you're painting at the end of the day. They're both going to have, you got some kind of smart pan at the end of the day, because you know what? This roller is going to be for it. When I got a microchip in there, and you just put in a automatically just absorbs just enough for that screen, because the pan has some kind of microchip in it that feeds to the roller and it's Bluetooth, and that way it tells it you're going to absorb less because your screen, that's stupid. They're both going to have the same amount of paint. And the jacked up thing about it is you got to go back and you're going to have to wash your rollers out. You know, washing the rollers is a pain in the neck. You're going to have to scrub out your rollers every single time because you can't afford cross-contamination. Or you're just going to basically just use 4 rollers in the process, what you would have done with one screen with one roller. If you're using a paint sprayer, that means you're going to have to wash out your paint sprayer every single time that you put the application in. You're going to wash it out 4 times. Or what are you going to do, go through 4 paint sprayers? Good gracious, I swear this guy's an idiot.
Time we're going to do the exact same thing we did last time, and while Kelly's rolling it, I'll talk a little about the product itself and what it's designed and
remember to stir it. Nope, then remember to stir. That's twice. No stir twice. It's supposed to be stir for each one.
So just get used to it.
Now, you see those little white specks pushing through? That is actually the board on the opposite side that he first coated. The reason why you're seeing that, because that's the oil that's basically breaking up the paint and causing those little spots to pop up.
Very nice. And she's just going to repeat the same thing that happened last time. You just try to move this around.
Here comes the lies.
Roller getting wet, just kind of going back and forth across. As if you just go across your panel there, you'll saturate the roller, and then you're just going to try to make sure that you move the material around to coat the full screen. So while Kelly's rolling here and getting that done, see, I'm just going to cut you loose on your own.
Good luck with that.
All right, folks, so while Kelly's doing her thing, I'm going to do a little narration here. So what you want to avoid is overworking this. That's the reason I'm being so thorough in the explanation. Because the tendency for people is to try to roll this as a paint, where you're trying to get color coverage that looks the same from one roll to the next roll. You don't need to worry about that with this. This is going to happen naturally as you do your layers. Okay, what you're trying to do is 1, get coverage on the surface. 2, when I say coverage, just get the surface wet with the material. Go back. Step 2, you're going to add a little bit of pressure like she's doing now, just rolling one direction. It really shouldn't even be going back and forth, just one direction.
Dude, you literally just, it's funny. You have people who basically will explain things like, in the most craziest manner, like speak English. Dude, you just sat there and just explained just painting the screen. That's all it is, basically. All you're saying, basically, is just you take the roller, you go back and forth. That's it. That's it. It's just too much. That's just too much.
Is easy enough. It just adds light pressure, and what you'll see is that'll start to colorize the surface. And then you're going to go back and do the same thing, but with no pressure, just letting the roller do its thing, which is going to give you a very refined, low texture surface. It's that simple. This material has been designed to make it easy for you, and so that whoever creates a screen, as long as you follow the instructions, it's going to come out the same regardless if Tom in Oklahoma does it or, you know, Josie in the UK does it. It doesn't matter, right? It should come out the same, and that's the reason that we've designed it to do this. The material itself it's not fully self-leveling, at least not at that, you know, thickness. It's not going to be fully self-leveling, but you do want to let it set for 2 or 3 minutes. And I'll talk about that in a minute, but you're going to want to let it set for 2 or 3 minutes so it can self-level. And then you throw the fan on it, let it dry, do its thing, and as soon as it's dry, now dry is dry. Okay, it shouldn't be tacky, so you want to make sure that it's not tacky. As a matter of fact, when you feel the surface, especially if you've had it on a fan, it's probably going to be a cool surface, but you just feel, and as long as it feels nice and smooth, not tacky at all, you're ready to go for the next coat. So just want to make sure folks understand, do not overwork the product. It doesn't need to be.
The reason why he's stating don't overwork the product because there's oil in it. It's going to smear all over the screen. It's going to streak the daylights out of it. That's why you have to go over it lightly. You have to. You have no choice. You'll see.
Again, not a paint, not meant to coat like a paint or behave like a paint.
Here's the paint.
All right, guys, Danny back. So I want to take a moment while Kelly's doing her thing to give you an idea of the surface. So now you can see, looking at this, you can see, okay,
So,
there's a line here.
Right here,
And there's a line here.
he streaked the
there's a
screen.
line here.
You can see where the screen is streaked. Not only is it streaked, but basically you can go back. Let me see, go over here for a minute. Over here.
It's not fully self-leveling, at least not surface, especially if you've had it on a fan, not meant to coat like a paint or behave like a paint.
All right, guys, Danny back. So I want to take a moment while Kelly's doing her thing to give you an idea.
Right there, streak mark, streak mark, streak mark. Those are all streak marks right across the screen. See these little white areas right here? This is where he painted the screen first. You see why it's breaking up? You see why this paint's not basically covering correctly after 2 coats? It's because he has an oil in it. That's why the oil is not allowing the paint to be to cover correctly.
The surface. So now you can see, looking at this, you can see, okay, there's a line here, and there's a line here, and there's a line here. But we're not through yet, right? So don't worry about that. You can see little specks in there where you can still see through to the substrate. So don't worry about that. Well, you'll notice.
Why you gotta say substrate? When you just said at the end of the day that the paint basically, that is as the primer, whatever you had on the opposite side, you should not be able to see that after 2 coats of paint.
This is that we're starting to get a uniform coat.
Look at that. That is horrible. See the little specks right there? That is basically from the paint not connecting well because there's oil in it. There's actually oil in it. That's what's causing its mess. It's not marrying
Now,
well.
this here, this is a crease in the, you can see in the panel that we're doing, there's in the panel. But once again, worst case scenario, we're using just an old sheet panel here that's creases and little divots in it, things like that. But looking at the surface, this is going to start to shape up in our 3rd row. All right.
Hey, Jamie got me happy right now. I'm not pressuring, no pressure on him. I will, don't worry.
All right. So you want to stir it up again.
Now stir it up. That means they mix 2 applications and stir it up. So what happens if you don't stir the paint? What happens on that? My question is, what happens if you miss one of these applications? What's going to happen? He doesn't even have a freaking troubleshooting chart. So if a customer misses one of these steps and they go back to him and say, hey, I messed up and missed a step, what's the outcome? Can you tell them what the outcome is? You can't, because you don't even know.
You cleaned our roller. Very little material came out this time. So You did a good job. I'm not using too much last time. All right.
Ready?
Yep.
And you see that? See those white specks pushing through? He put 2 coats on here, and you can still see it pushing through. That's the oil that's doing it. It's causing this paint to separate. And that you can see that. I mean, this paint's going to hot spot.
Okay. Leave what's left in there. Roll that up. Remember, remove your material first.
You got people that
Material that's in the center.
are very skeptical about painting a motorized projection screen one time. You're going to try to convince them that they're going to paint a motorized projection screen 4 times. Now keep in mind, he goes into this whole speech about the reason why his paint is so thin, because you don't have to worry about jamming up the motor, and how Screen Innovation prints their borders on. Guess what, Einstein? They've been basically printing borders on since 1.1 35 millimeter film. That's a long time. You should know about that because you're from that era. So just to tell you that, you should know that they've never ever put a border on a screen. We're talking about 1:1 aspect ratio, not 4.3 on 35 millimeter. They have never ever done a screen, even with the tripod, to never did a screen or manual screen with a freaking frame around it, with the velvet frame. So they come on here and make people believe that if you use any other screen paint, you're the only one that's not going to jam it up. You're a freaking nut job at the end of the day. I have done screens where I've painted multiple times with cheap motors, and they ran perfectly with no problem whatsoever. I don't even know what he's talking about. What the heck is this
You wanna
crap?
Make sure you start moving it out.
You gotta speed it up because you're running out of time.
So you have a little, yeah, so if you have a little piece of your roller or anything like that that comes off, you see a speck of something, just take it off with your finger and go back over it.
That's not from the roller. That's from your paint that happens. That's not from the roller. It's from the paint. The roller is already saturated. Usually, if you get a roller, most time people get them where they're lint free. If they're lint free, you don't have to worry about getting any residue from the roller. But if a roller's been used already, you washed it a couple of times, you're not going to really get any residue from the roller. That'll actually come from the paint.
All right, so now you want to do your light roll.
Okay.
Because you were putting pressure over some of that. So you just want to make sure that you always do this last.
Gee
very
whiz.
light, no
I
pressure
watched
on
this
the
thing
roller, just
freaking
let the
5
roller roll. All
times.
you're doing is just moving the roller.
Yeah, speed it up,
So
yeah,
there's
because
code
please.
3. It may end up being our last coat. I know I said 4. We'll take a look at the end of this and see if we need a 4th coat. Sometimes I'll go ahead and do a 4th coat anyway. It's good to have 4 coats because this is an optical layering system. Okay, so you're building something here. Specifically, it's made for it to have essentially 4 coats. So we'll probably come back and do our little 4th.
So as he says before, it's an ocular lane system. If it's an ocular lane system, then that means at the end of the day that that basically each one of those applications are supposed to react a different way. And if each one's going to react a different way, what happens if you miss one of the applications? What's going to be the outcome of the screen, which you can't show you. What we got for time on this? Oh, we're not passing time.
We're going to just let this set for a second, come back. We'll put it in front of the fan there, let it dry, and then we'll be back. All right, guys, we're back. And so we're going for the 4th and final coat.
How the heck is that going to pull contrast level? All right, this right here, this color he has here, this is Sherman-Williams Software Gray. That's the color he has. Instead of going through all that crap to begin with, all you got to do is go to Sherman-Williams and ask for Software Gray. That's the last coat. That's the only thing you have to put on. All that other nonsense he put on the screen, not even necessary. If it's dry to the coat, it's not going to be an optical layer screen. That's a bunch of bull crap at the end of the day, because again, he can't show us the demonstration showing what happens if you miss one of the layers. Why do you really have to paint all that in for nothing? You're going to sit there and paint that screen and over and over and over again. You could just get that. That's basically the color of his last coat. It's called Software Gray by Sherman-Williams. That's it. Boom. Same color. Same exact color. That's it. Just like when we sat there and said, call me on it and say I'm not right.
All right, so that's our last coat.
Did we call it on?
We're gonna let
Did we
that
call
sit
it on
for just a
Crow?
second,
We did.
And then we're gonna put that in front of the fan, and we should be good to test it out in the room. So we'll be back on display.
Now you went through all that to come down to this.
Hi, folks. Danny here with Partey. Happy Monday. Actually, by the time you see this, it may be Tuesday or Wednesday. But hey, folks. Danny here at Partey, and today I am here, as promised, to cover the lies, and I say that specifically, the lies that Crystal Edge Technology Screens has actually put out about Partey's products and the application process.
Well, first of all, how's it a lie?
Just in little bits here, but you can see this is one container that I'm making here. Doesn't matter which mixture it is.
That is water and paint. Look how loose it is. That is definitely water and paint. You know, for a person at the end of the day who made this video, you can't seem to keep your website open for some reason. So if I'm lying at the end of the day, you wouldn't mind, like I said, doing what I asked you to do. I told you to take that screen and stick it against your wall. Let's see if he did this against his wall. Let's see. Anything here with the screen against the wall? Let's see what we got going on here. Nope. He never put it against the wall at all, period. It's supposed to be over here.
Happen, right? So you want to try to keep that from happening as much as possible. That's part of the
Jamie
creation and design of this material, is that what doesn't work for resins
contains. So it doesn't contain Vaseline? That's a lie? Partey, we have your product over here and it's showing it has Vaseline in it. That's why the screen's smeared around. We got it right here. That's your product right there. And we got your ingredients right over here. That's what you're calling crying right now. So let's go back to your ingredients, what it says on your channel and your website connected to it. That's a lie. You say you never put Vaseline in your paint? Let's see. Let's see if you didn't put Vaseline, if it doesn't say in your ingredients for Vaseline. Where it says body oil or body, whatever it's called, body oil or some kind of body grease or whatever. That's Crow crying. Or Partey crying. One of us crying about something. So you're saying I made that? I told you he's gonna come in and cry and say, "Oh, he made it up. I never had that stuff in my." Well, yeah, you have it right there. It says right there on your ingredients. It says outside. So bottom line, you're claiming you don't have this in here. You wouldn't mind me, basically, like I said, we try to buy your product. Why did you cancel out it? That's not the case. And again, I asked you to basically skip the applications. You haven't done that yet. We're still waiting on that. I'm going to see if he's done this demonstration yet. Just supposed to be an improvement. But I said, you have Vaseline in there, buddy. I'm going to find out what you call. We got it right in here. I had to go over and check the ingredients. For a split second, you'll see it pop up on my phone. And Partey, I'm still waiting for you to place an order. You still have not placed an order through my website. Y'all pick and choose your battles. Y'all don't go near our black technology. Y'all stay away from that. Crow is in our shop. Matter of fact, Crow, you're on my website right now. You've been on my website almost over 60 times. You've been on my website sending us messages. How come you haven't bought any of the black paint? You haven't bought a dime, have you? But I bought all y'all stuff. At the end of the day, I bought everything you guys have to offer. I bought it. And you put my money back into my account. Let me see. Make sure we got this on here. Yeah, because I had to go back and check the ingredients for that. Should have left on that pause area because I wanted to go back and look at that, blow that up. This is its product. That's why the screen was speckled like that. I guarantee that that video demonstration is not the same as the one he just painted and we just watched. But I'm going to get that particular ingredients. This is his product right here. This is how it's made. I love how you Partey put it up for free, and I'm pretty sure this video is probably not even around, but you put it up for free, and then when we basically showed that it doesn't work and it's basically doing the same thing in your video, now you want to act like it's not in there at all, period. You forgot that I was getting the ingredients off my cell phone, which was actually off your YouTube channel, which has your Squarespace web address at the bottom of the description. Let's see what we had that at. And you kept saying it's not a paint. It is a paint. Your product's a paint. I don't know where you're getting that from by saying your product is not a paint. Your product is a paint. You just got water in it. That's what you did. You put distilled water into it to kind of make it look, it has a really thin coating to it, like a skin. Now, if you're going to test my products, I said, don't mind you guys testing my products, but you buy from me, from my website. That's where you buy from. Don't go making fake claims that you got it from a customer, because you didn't get it from none of my customers. You afraid to put your addresses in? What's the problem? Like, you don't make your product with Vaseline. Yeah, your product's made with Vaseline, buddy. It's made with Vaseline. With Vaseline. That's why when he first made his product, one of the biggest problems he had with it was hot spotting like crazy, because he had body gel in it. Who the freak puts body gel into a freaking screen paint? Find it. We're gonna find that when we had it on here. It's a split second because I go over to my phone to get the ingredients. And I'm gonna take that, I'm gonna blow it up, I'm gonna take a picture of that, I'm gonna put that onto the blacklist. The reason why we're gonna have it on there, because buddy, that's in your product. That's why when you were painting the screen down, the way it was smearing and moving all over the place, that's why. Because you have oil in it. That's why that it wouldn't coat. That's why that the white surface was pushing through, because the paint was separating. That's why. Do-it-yourself black screen paint by Partey. And if a person is sitting there talking a lot of trash, Partey, you can't keep your website open. That's another thing we talked about. You can't add at the end of the day. How come? Let me tell you something. Do me a favor. Try to keep your website open for 1 solid year. Try to, because one time we went there and bought paint from you, you said that your site was going to be closed and it was going to be opening up on the 20th on Christmas, and then it was July, and then it was January, Try to keep your website open for 1 year. I bet you can't do it. And I guarantee you my theory is right. Because your website, your product costs more than your product. You can't sell it, or unless the one's buying it. Something's wrong. Try to keep it open for 1 solid year. You want me to put that on a challenge for you? If you can keep your own website open for 1 year, that's pretty pitiful, but can you keep your website for 1 year open? Because I know if any orders come through, you can't fulfill them. So let's see if Partey, he says this product is good. Let's see if he can keep his website open for 1 solid year. We'll make that a challenge. Anybody can go in and check every single day to see if his website can stay open. Because I guarantee you my theory's right. Anytime an order goes through, you got to take money out of your pocket. And if I do get my hands on your product, as I told you what I'm going to do a survey for other customers to come in and they can paint your screen versus mine. See how the customer feels about putting 4 applications to a surface all day. Going through that nonsense. I'm going to watch your tutorial video. So I better make a copy of it because I don't want it to go missing. We need them to watch that. Watch our tutorial video, we just done. And then watch your tutorial visit where literally you have to grab snacks at the end of the day. Well, matter of fact, I have snacks on me right now. I had to grab some pretzels while I was watching that because I've watched that demonstration like 5 times. I know your demonstration before you know it. Well, what you upset about? Your demonstrations don't make any sense. You can sit there and make another one all you want. In that demonstration, you just literally sat there and told somebody that they can put it in a paint pan. How are you going to put it in a paint pan if you got to pour a line down the middle of the screen to begin with? What are you going to do? Pour it in the paint pan, take it from the paint pan, pour it onto the screen? That's dumb. How would that application even work with a paint sprayer? You have right there that you can use it with a paint sprayer, but it requires you to paint a line down the middle of the screen or pour a line in the middle of the screen. How would that even work? So what if I got a 200-inch screen? I got to take that thing off my wall, lay it on the floor, take it out of the frame so I can paint your application on 4 times in a row? Yeah, okay, sure. A lot of people are going to be doing that one at the end of the day. And then the first application doesn't look all that nice. It looks very, very sloppy and nasty. Now you guys come up with this damage control video talking about I don't know what I'm talking about. Well, it's your video is right there. It was like Jamie got mad and got upset and went into this whole freaking rant of freaking texting us over and over again because he got butthurt because he was all upset because he got caught taking Google photos or freaking Google putting it on his website and trying to claim that was a screen paint at the end of the day. Gee whiz, man. You can't make it up with you guys. I guarantee you when I get your product down here, if your website can stay open long enough, when we get your product down here, I'm going to take that first coat and I'm going to take that software gray and I guarantee they match. I guarantee they match. Dude, first of all, let me ask you a question. Where's your test demonstrations, Partey? I don't see any tests. I'm going to dig up on YouTube right now. I'm going to try to figure if I can find any test demonstrations on your product. Where are your test demonstrations at on your products? Nothing. You guys are just making stuff out of the clear blue, putting all kinds of nonsense that don't make any sense about how your products are doing this, that, and the other. And you got no way to back it up. Crow is sitting there right now biting his bottom lip because he can't even answer a simple question. He wrote it on his own website, and I asked him a simple question: why can't you use the Frankenstein in a home environment? He can't even answer me on that question. His answer is, I only tell customers. You have to be a customer for me to tell you. That's the dumbest thing I ever heard in my entire life. Then why would you have any information there to begin with on your page? You shouldn't have nothing there at all. Because if anybody comes in, if they want information, oh, you can't get that information, you got to buy something first. You sound like one of those people who have a store that if you want to use the bathroom, you got to buy something. You got to show you're a customer to use the bathroom. That's literally how you sound. And before he goes in and deletes it, like he deleted that nonsense with the 100-inch screen, this dumb has been painting screens for God knows how long. You mean to tell me you can't tell the difference between a freaking 100-inch screen and a 150-inch screen? By looking at it, you can't tell this? We've literally had this conversation with this joker the other day. And he says here, we measure the screen in, it's nowhere near the size. Common sense would even show you the distance of where the screen is. There's no way in where a 100-inch screen is going to accommodate that. What do you guys smoke at the end of the day? Gee whiz. But Crow, I gotta hand it to you, man. That is, besides the 2.0 being a product that your customers can make, besides your products matching house paint, the Google images. You've got to be kidding me. You are now snatching Google images off Google and making claim that this is what your product looks like? That's super low. That is super, super low. That is fraud on so many levels. It's not even funny. And you're claiming you're processing all these orders. Yeah, I'm gonna show you how Crow lies about orders. If he doesn't decide to run in real quick and delete the video, but there's a video of Crow claiming to have 15 orders on a product that's not available and nobody can get, but yet he has 15 orders on it. How's that possible? Gee whiz. This is a good day for me. I get a chance to expose some nutcases. This is the reason why I tell customers at the end of the day, you need to ask these questions. These jokers got really ticked, actually, especially Crow. Crow got extremely ticked off at me because, oh, boom, there you go. You run your mouth too much, Partey. We're just waiting, just killing some time here. Is that not you over there? What did you say in your video? You never said anything about no Vaseline, none of that stuff. You don't put that stuff in your screen paint? That's what you said? I'm going to blow that up. I'm going to put that all over the internet. Let's see right here. You said 4 containers, that's 4 colors, is house paint, contains Vaseline. All right, let's see. Let's go back here to the beginning of this right here. Why is your screen 2 tones? That don't make any sense. That's weird. Let's see what he's saying right here. But before we do that, I'm going to show you something real quick. This is how we know there's Vaseline in his products. Because first things first, you got it right here. Second thing, that first application you put on, that paint was smearing all over the place. Regular paint doesn't do that. If you put oil in paint, it'll have that reaction. Do you see what it says right here, Partey? This is not you at the end of the day? Tell me that's not you. What does it say right there? Doesn't it say body gel? Does it not say that? Isn't that your website right there? Next time you come on running your mouth, keep your mouth shut. I try to explain to you guys at the end of the day, man, I got so much evidence on you guys, it's not even funny. I constantly expose you guys for doing dirty stuff all day long. This is why I advise customers from the door to ask these questions, because you got dirty people like this at the end of the day. Now you got to worry about the images that you're looking at on people's sites, whether or not if they're the real deal or they're fake, because this joker now is pulling down images from Google, pulling fake images down, trying to claim it to be his product. This is why you got to ask these questions. And then they got mad. Crow got very angry, very upset with me because I requested for customers, before you buy a screen paint product, ask them to do side-by-side or to have tests ready. And they got mad over that. They got upset over that. You know why? Because you're going to have to push up your sleeves. You're going to have to work for a change. That's what you're going to have to do. Stop being so lazy at the end of the day. That's what you need to do. But this joker got it right here, body gel. That's why, if you look at the paint, it was smearing all over the surface because it has oil in it. That's why. Do you have any idea what that's going to do to an ultra short throw projector? But let's see what he has to say.
And each one of those is a little bit different from the other. That's a complete damn lie. It's one 48-ounce container of whichever product you choose, and you're going to do 4 applications, 4 coats, right? So you can see that I'm stirring the material here. I'm going to pour it on.
What do you say?
Questions, always feel free to reach out. We'll be glad to answer. You guys take care, and I hope you enjoy the video. Bye. Hey folks, standing here at Partey, and today I am here, as promised, to cover the lies, and I say that specifically, the lies that Crystal Edge Technology Screens has actually put out about Partey's products and the application process. So I'll cover them off just in little bits here, but you can see this is one container that I'm making here. Doesn't matter which mixture it is. If I remember correctly, I was using Vega Plus here. But
We didn't ask that question. You missed the mark, buddy. You missed the mark. The question we asked at the end of the day was for each application that you apply to a surface, you're claiming that each one of those applications are different. You're saying you're building a quantum system, some kind of optical system that allows you to be able to put each one of these coats. And each one of these coats you put on serves a purpose on how the screen reacts at the final form. So what we need to know is, when you're making this system that you call yourself, are each one of these formulas different? Or basically they're just all white paint with water in it and you're just changing out the shades? That's what I want to know. That's what I asked you. You guys don't hear Jack. I say at the end of the day, I swear. I just got finished having this conversation a few minutes ago, did I not? But let's see.
Really doesn't matter because it's one container. It'll be one 48-ounce container of one product. You don't get 4 different containers. You don't get 4 48s, which is what he's told you out there, that you'll get 4 different containers. You'll do one coating from each container, and each one of those is a little bit different from the other.
All right, Partey. So you're sitting here telling on camera right now that you're saying that you're getting one container of your product. Then why would you have a video showing you putting 4 applications on a screen? Why? That doesn't make any sense. You would only have to put 1 application on. Why do you have 4 applications? Because you just said it was a stacking system, an optical stacking system. But you're saying that you have 4, like the Vega Plus, whatever you may have, that each one of them takes 1 application. But that's not what you have here in your demonstration.
It's that, but this should be fairly easy. All right. So first things you want to remember is when you, about that in a minute, but you're going to want to let it set for 2 or 3 minutes so it can self-level. And then you throw the fan on it, let it dry, do its thing, and as soon as it's dry, now dry is dry. Okay, it shouldn't be tacky. So you want to make sure that it's not tacky. As meant to coat like a paint or behave like a paint. All right, guys, Danny back. So I want to take a moment while Kelly's doing her thing to give you an idea of the surface. So now you can see, looking at this, you can see, okay, there's a line here, and there's a line here.
So if this is you said the Vega is a 1 coat. What was the purpose for this demonstration to begin with? Because I didn't see 1 coat being applied on here. I saw 4 applications.
There's a line here, but we're not through yet. Right? So don't worry about that. You can see the little specks in there where you can still see through. Just an old cheap panel here that's got creases and little divots in it, things like that. But looking at the surface, this is going to start to shape up in our 3rd row. All right. So we'll get Kelly in here in just a second and get started back. All right. So you want to stir it up again. We cleaned our roller. Very little material came out of it this time, so you did a good job. I'm not using too much last time. All right?
Ready?
Yep. Okay.
So what's the purpose for you to put all these on it? If you're saying at the end of the day that you're not going to get 4 containers, you would have to get 4 containers. So where are these different color paints coming from? Danny, you listen to me out there. Where are the 4 applications coming from? Because I know at the end of the day, if you buy orange paint does not change to blue, yellow, and purple every time you change it out. It's orange paint at the end of the day. So are you painting the screen 4 times with the same paint that's coming out of the container? You have to get 4 containers. Where else are you going to get it from? You just showed a video of you painting in 4 applications. Where would that be coming from? Gee, you guys are stupid at the end of the day. I just caught that demonstration. We're going to press on that one tomorrow. You mean to tell me this guy sat up there and did this video and said there's nowhere in the world you're going to get 4 containers of paint from him? Then I'm going to ask you a question. If you're not going to get 4 containers of paint, where is this extra paint coming from to paint the screen?
Leave what's left in there. Roll that up. Remember to move your material first. Start all the material that's in the center.
Yep.
You want to make sure you start moving it out. So you have a little, yeah, so if you have a little piece of your roller or anything like that that comes off, you see a speck of something.
Now the problem we have here, Parte, when we look at your instructions for your products, you don't say anything about a 4-coat application. Some of them you do, some of them you don't. So which ones do and which one don't? If you're doing a tutorial video, you're going to show the ones that take the multi-coats and the one that doesn't. That way the customer doesn't get confused and think they all may take the multi-coat, which you didn't clear that up in the demonstration because you do such a lazy job. If you spent more of your time stop lying so much, then you wouldn't get busted. Guess what, buddy? You put 4 applications on here. Anybody with common sense at the end of the day would think you get 4 containers of paint, because all that does not come out of 1 container unless you got some magical container at the end of the day that can change the paint to the color that you want. And that's not possible. So what happened here?
Just take it off with your finger and go back over it. It'll cover really easy. All right, so now you want to do your light bulb, because you were putting pressure over some of that. So you just want to make sure that you always do this last very light, no pressure on the roller, just let the weight of the roller do it. All you're doing is just moving the roller. So there's coat 3. It may end up being our last coat. I know I said 4. We'll take a look at the end of this and see if we need a 4th coat. Sometimes I'll go ahead and do a 4th coat anyway. It's good to have 4 coats because this is an optical layering system. Okay, so you're building something here. Specifically, it's made for it to have essentially 4 coats.
So let me ask you a question. You said 4 coats in the demonstration. Where is 4 coats coming from? Because the 4 coats I saw on here weren't all the same color. They were different colors. So if they're different colors, they have to be 4 containers, you freaking idiot. I hate to be rude with people at the end of the day, but I can't stand when people are just plain stupid. You mean to tell me you just did a video talking about you wouldn't get 4 containers? You would have to get 4 containers. Where would this be coming to? There's no way we're going to set a giant container with different layers of paint. How would that freaking even work without them all blending in together? There would have to be 4 containers. Gee whiz, you guys don't even know your own stuff at the end of the day. This joker just literally sat there in a video and sat there and said that you wouldn't get 4 different colors and 4 different containers. We just watched that in a video a few minutes ago. So where is this coming from? Is this all coming from 1 container? If you said 4 coats and they were all the same color, then I would know that was coming from 1 container. Then I would say, gee whiz, you got to put 4 applications of the same paint on 1 screen? Why would you be doing that then? That's just downright stupid. I can see about putting 2, but 4? Why would you need 4 for? That doesn't make any sense. But you have 4 individual different colors. So where are they coming from?
It's a complete damn lie. It's 1 48-ounce container of whichever product you choose, and you're going to do 4 applications, 4 coats, right? So you can see that
So he just said, it's 1 48 ounce, and you're going to do 4 applications of one solid screen paint color. But what you just saw a few minutes ago, that wasn't one solid color, wasn't it? It was 4 different shades. So where is this paint being shipped and how is it being shipped? This is what I mean by the dumb stuff that they say. I told you before, it's like watching people do dumb stuff, tripping over dumb stuff as they're doing dumb stuff. He just clearly just sat there and showed you 4 applications. Parte, we're going to dig into this one tomorrow. We're going to really dig into this. If I were you, I would delete this video as fast as possible because this is going to make you look like an idiot at the end of the day. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. This joker just sat there, made this stupid video, and left the other video up there. What do you think? People are stupid at the end of the day? That people have no common sense? That someone's not going to go over and look at the video over there and clearly see you paint 4 different colors in? And then sit there and say it doesn't come in 4 containers? Then how are you getting the other colors? Then that means you don't even know what you're doing at the end of the day. It's worse enough to watch you do a demonstration where you don't even know your instructions correctly because you missed multiple steps. You said things and it didn't make any sense whatsoever. But you turn around and you do this dumb stuff that says Ken lies. How am I lying if I'm watching your tutorial demonstration that's sitting there showing you painting 4 different shades of a screen and then say it doesn't come in 4 containers. It comes in 1 container and you're going to take that 1 container and apply 4 applications onto the surface that's the same color. But it's supposed to be an optical stacking system. How is it an optical stacking system if they're all the same color? There's no change in it. That's like somebody telling me, hey, paint that white wall 4 times and it'll change into something magical. It's not going to change anything magical. That's the dumbest thing I ever heard in my entire life. Gee whiz Louise. Seriously, you guys got to stop snorting chlorine. Something is wrong here with all 3 of y'all. There's something wrong there with y'all. That's the dumbest thing I've heard in my entire life. Tell me, people. Tell me, my goodness, this is not the dumbest thing you ever heard. Just sat here and tell this man told you that it's not 4 containers. All right, Parte. I'm going to open up a room for you tomorrow. I wish you had one of these chat rooms because I need to talk to you. Matter of fact, call me. I'll put you on speaker. I want to know exactly how in the world is this physically possible that you have 4 different shades of a screen paint and you're going to tell me at the end of the day that that's not going to come in 4 containers. And you're going to sit there and tell people it's an optical stacking system. And then you're going to come back in and tell them it's 1 screen paint at 48 ounces and you're going to paint 4 applications of the same color to the same surface. That sounds like somebody at the end of the day that can't back up what they said, so they decide to think of something even more naive and stupider to come out here and try to fix the other dumb nonsense. That's like fixing stupid with stupid. That's literally what you just did. It's like watching somebody put out a fire with a container of gasoline. That's literally what you did. But you just realized it just blew up in your face just a few minutes ago. I didn't even see this demonstration. I really didn't see it. I'm just now watching it. We got to hear this again. Listen to this. Listen to this nonsense. Listen to this freaking nonsense.
Stirring the material here. I'm going to pour it on and paint it in just a moment. But let's talk first about why would Ken come up with that? Why would he state that? Because that was never stated anywhere within any of our videos. Not once have we said that you would get 4 containers. We said that you would do 4 applications. Now, that's not a misconstruence because it was never actually stated. It's just a
paint smearing. You see right there? See the smear marks in the paint? That's oil in it. That's oil in the paint. All right, Jamie. Parte. It's basic common sense. You just applied 4 different shades to a surface. So you're telling me 2 things. Either, if you say you don't ship it out in 4 containers, all 4 of those shades come in 1 container together. And they're able to pour out separately a different color without any form of cross-contamination, of changing because one touched another. Is that what you're saying? Or basically, you're just shipping out 4 containers. That's the only way. Because keep in mind, if it was one container of one same color as you claim, then when you did the demonstration, every single one of the screen paints would have been exactly the same color. Seriously, how dumb are you guys at the end of the day? I got a right to call you stupid because look at the dumb stuff you guys do. Then you come in here with this nonsense and you try to justify by saying something completely stupid. First of all, who in their right mind is going to paint the same color paint 4 times in a row on a surface? Who is going to do that? How would that be a stacking system if they're all the same? How would that even work? How does it change? How does it evolve and everything's all the same? How does that work? Oh my goodness.
A lie. It's just a smear to try to scare people away from buying a Parte product.
See how he's rolling the roller? See how he's rolling in, he's skipping, he's coming back out, and he's skipping? Because look at this. Look how sloppy that's going on. It's not even taken to the black correctly. Because there's oil in it, that's why. It's having a hard time, basically, the product's having a hard time marrying to the surface. Watch. I'm going to show you again. Watch this.
By using, we said that you would do 4 applications. Now, that's not a misconstruence because it was never actually stated. It's just a lie. It's just a smear to try to scare people away from buying a Parte product by using things from a video that were never actually stated and making up his own little.
Look how many different directions that he's pushing the roller in. When you paint a screen and you don't go in that many directions, and you're done. That's because it's not taking to the surface. That's why. Parte, first things first, not a smear campaign. You basically stated it. Number 2, at the end of the day, how are you talking about keeping people from buying your product? You can't keep your website open for a good week. You can't even keep your website. As a matter of fact, I'll give you a challenge. Try to keep it open for 1 year. 1 year. Try to keep it for 1 year. But you lied. And the reason why you lied is because you realized at the end of the day I was right. There is no way in the world that you could make 4 applications of this product and claim to reach, not buffer, go past the 160 mark. So you're not making any money. But this is your excuse to come in because I was right. To come in and try to say, I never said this, that, and the other. This gives me an excuse to go in and change it to 1 coat because, you know, at the end of the day, you weren't making any money. You have to break it down to a 1 coat system. You have to break it down to basically 1 container because, again, doing 4 containers is going to cost you too much money. You know that at the end of the day. So I was right. But you came in here instead of saying I was right, you came in here with this nonsense, making yourself look like a bigger idiot. So if you're telling me it doesn't come in 4 containers, how are you shipping out that paint? You just showed it in the demonstration. It's a paint on application, right? You got your white Kelly there. You're showing the demonstration. You're showing 4 different colors of screen paints. How are you shipping this out if it doesn't involve 4 containers? Because I know you're not shipping all that out in 1 container because that's 1 freaking magical container. If I can take a container and I can put 4 different colors in it and then pour it out, and then each one of those containers won't even change no cross-contamination. That is 1 magic container. So how are you shipping that out? Yeah, that's what I thought so. And you're saying it doesn't contain Vaseline? Do you see the smear marks on that? What paint has a problem with coating to a surface like that? Look at the smear marks in that. That's the same problem we went through because it was Vaseline in the paint. That's the same reaction that you're having when you put the first when she put the first application on, the screen was smearing. Look at this. Bring this back up. There we go. Watch how he puts the paint on. Look how it smears all over the place. There are marks here, here, and here.
I do 4 applications, 4 coats, right? So you can see that I'm stirring the material here. I'm going to pour it on and paint it in just a moment. But let's talk first about why would Ken come up with that? Why would he state that? Because that was never stated anywhere within any of our videos. Not once have we said that you would get 4 containers. We said that you would do 4 applications. Now, that's not a misconstruence because it was never actually stated. It's just.
So he's having a hard time getting the paint applied there. There's oil in it. That's what causes that. And part two, if you don't believe me, I'll basically buy your product, I'll duplicate it exactly, and I'll put oil in it. I'll show you it does exactly the same thing. Test me. Your product doesn't work, man. You sat right there from the door and said, and we saw you painting 4 applications. So even if you sit there and say, oh, I never said it came in 4 containers, then how are you shipping it? Because we saw 4 different layers of paint. And each layer of paint didn't all match the same. They were all different colors. How are you shipping it? If you're saying you're shipping in 1 container, I would love to see this container because that is one magical container at the end of the day. I would love to see it. So how else are you shipping it? You're shipping it in 4 containers. Because you just sat there and said it was an optical building system. Now you're saying you changed it up and said now it's just one, you're getting 148 and you're painting it in 4 times. Well, why would you have to paint it in 4 times to begin with? That doesn't make any sense. It's the same paint. Why are you painting it in 4 times? It must have extremely poor coverage if you got to paint it in 4 times in a row. Yeah, that's because he's trying to cover up the mistake he made.
Just a lie. It's just a smear to try to scare people away from buying a Parte product by using things from a video that were never actually stated and making up his own little story to try to make it sound like it's going to be super complicated and all to scare people away from buying a Parte product by using things from a video that were never actually stated and making up his own little story to try to make it sound like it's going to be super
It's oil in it. I'll show you.
Why would Ken come up with that?
We had to slow it down
Why
so you can see
would
it.
he state that? Because that was never
Not to make a mockery of his voice, I want you to see this.
anywhere within any of our
Watch the roller.
videos. Not once have we said that you would get 4 containers. We said that you would do 4 applications.
Watch the paint.
Now, that's not a misconstruence.
See where the paint's not taken to the surface?
It was never actually stated. It's just a lie. It's just a smear to try to scare people away from buying a Parte product.
Is that how he jumps the brush up, brings it back in?
By using things from a video that were never actually stated and making up his own.
So every time he rolls over the surface,
make it sound like
it doesn't cover. You can see the little black spots pushing through. He's not covering the surface. The reason why he can't cover the surface because the water he has in it, which is probably oil, is not basically marrying to the surface. He just rolled over that surface multiple times. That should have been coated already. It should have been coated the first time it was hit. See those little separations in there? That comes from oil in the paint that he's putting in there. It shouldn't be marked up that bad if you're basically rolling the screen in. That's absolutely horrible. Look at that. Look at the streak marks all in the screen. I told you, that's what I was saying. When he was painting it on, I said, that's oil in there. There's no way in the world. If you're rolling over that surface with paint, you shouldn't be coming up looking like that at all, period.
Be super complicated, and also that the whole thing was a lie.
It's smearing around, look.
That's not the truth. So no 4 containers, no 4 colors. And as you can see, the application, now I'm actually going back and forth on this first panel a lot more because at the time I was actually doing the narration as a part of the video.
Yeah.
And so I was talking and just kind of go.
So we didn't slow it down to make him sound bad. But I wanted you to see that when he was moving it back and forth, that paint is not taking. How many times do you have to roll over a screen to get the paint to take? It's one time. That's it. Look at this. And you can still see, as many times he rolled over the screen, you can see where it's separated. Because there's oil in it. That's why. Look at this. That's all separation right there. Now, where Partey made a mistake in this video, number one, he states that there's no oil in it. There is oil in it because there's no way in the world paint would separate that bad if you're painting over top something. This is why it probably requires for you to paint the screen in 4 times, because the first, second, and third application is not going to take because there's oil in it. That's why. And that's going to cause the screen to hot spot like crazy. He says there's no 4 containers. Well, as I said before, Partey, if there's no 4 containers, then you need to explain why this surface here has 4 different colors attached to it. How are you shipping this?
Hi folks, Dan here at Partey. So tonight I have Miss Kelly with me. She's going to be painting a screen for us.
How are you shipping
So
it?
I have a few things that I want to talk about first, specifically about the surface, and then we'll talk about the actual mix. This surface, it's hard to tell because it's got a sheen to it.
A little farther
I
up.
coated it with a white gloss. That's just the only white I have in the house. So I use what I have. Do some finger painting in there. Make sure that you get around your edges, all to the bottom over time. So your water will kind of rise to the top. Nice, nice, nice.
Now that's one color.
Now just, you can actually take your brush and brush that up the side if that happens.
That doesn't all look like the same paint coming out of a 48-ounce container.
Nice.
All right?
Now you
Now,
just want
watch
to
when he
go
paints it. Watch when she paints it in.
What you
Watch how
want
it
to do, the
smears
goal
all
is
over the
cover
surface.
You're not trying to get
It
a
did the
pretty
exact
look
same
like
thing
you're
that the other
going
one
on a
just
wall
did.
in your house or something. You just want to, first of all, what you want to do is try to get your roller saturated with the material. Rolling it back and forth.
See that
You want
smear look to
saturate
it?
the roller with the material.
Like this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. John, have worked.
Now, the reason why you didn't see it so much where it's pushing through, because this time he didn't have the surface was basically white, or whatever he colored it with. He had it basically a darker color so he could hide the smear marks even faster. Right here, if he did it on white, you would see it much better. But he did it on a darker gray surface. You know, it was darker gray on that one side of the screen. He had it over there. That's why when he was rolling it in, it wasn't taking. You were still seeing the black push through. Like right over here, you're seeing the white push through. That's oil that's doing that. You let me know next time you paint a screen and it smears up like that. No, that's definitely oil. Now that's one coat right there, right? All right. Then they come back in and they pour another coat, which is a completely different color than this one. So how are you shipping this, Danny boy, at the end of the day? How is this being shipped out? Because you're saying that you're only doing 148. That's not 148. That's actually 2 paints right there. All right. All right. We paint that in.
This is going to happen naturally as you do your layers. Okay. Well,
You said that you do your layers, right? So you're putting in more than one. These are different shades. Okay. So let's go back in again. Let's see what else we got coming up here. All right. Now, there's another one.
There you go. Leave what's left in there.
That's not the same color. It's a different color. So now you got 3 colors right here. So you're saying all 3 of those colors come in 148 container? I don't think so.
Pull that up.
Partey, I'm going to put you tomorrow morning, if these videos aren't missing already, we're going to put up the lies of Partey. We're going to break it down. We're doing it right now, but we're just going to do one strictly for you. And because in this demonstration, buddy, you just displayed 4 different colors.
If you have a little piece of your roller or anything.
But you just said that you, in the next demonstration, you said that you don't ship out 4 containers. So how are you shipping this out? What is the purpose of this demonstration? You said this demonstration is your product. This is your screen paint. All right, so again, you're showing 4 different colors. So how are you shipping this out? This is not coming in one container because the colors would be mixed. It'd be cross-contamination. So you have to have 4 containers to ship that out. Good gracious, man, you guys are idiots.
Thing like that comes off, you see a speck of something, just take it off with your finger and go back over it. It'll cover. Our last coat, I know I said 4, we'll take a look at the end of this and see if we need a 4th coat. Sometimes I'll go ahead and do a 4th coat anyway. It's good to have 4 coats because this is an optical layer specifically.
Did you not just say it was an optical laying system? You're building something here. All right? So if you're saying if it's 4 coats of the same paint that you're going to apply onto a system, you're building an ocular laying system, right? So let me ask you a question. If it's an ocular laying system from 1 coat and all of them look the same, as you said, then what makes the product any different? What's the difference between each one that makes it an optical laying system? Or just you just sitting there, godforsaken, just painting 4 applications to a surface that you really don't need to do at the end of the day. You could just do it with 1. So tell me why 4 coats of the same paint being applied to a screen, what is the benefits of that? Is that an ocular building system when they're all the same color? I like somebody saying, hey, if you paint that wall over there the same 4 colors of paint, it's gonna be brighter. It's gonna change the blue, it's gonna change the green. You're sitting there painting the screen with the same color, pink, and it comes out to be just pink. It's not brighter, it's not darker, it's just the same pink that you've been painting from the first coat to the last coat. Gee whiz, that's what I'm saying. I feel so sorry for people at the end of the day who are just learning about home theater, that are just getting into the field, that you got to deal with these freaking nut jobs at the end of the day. It's bad enough you got to deal with the freaking fake projectors at the end of the day, but then you got to deal with these freaking fruit nuts at the end of the day that basically can't even do a proper demonstration without lying through their teeth every 5 seconds. Dumbest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Gee whiz, I tell you. I don't know what's worse. The fact of watching Jamie get on there and scam people on house paint and steal Google images to make it sound like that's what a screen paint looks like, or having this joker at the end of the day sit there and say, how's it going to come in 4 containers? We don't ship it on 4 containers. You dum-dum, you're showing 4 different colors of screen paint. How in the freaking world are you shipping this out at the end of the day? Man, I swear, at the end of the day, I wonder sometimes, I really do wonder at the end of the day, are you guys freaking snorting bleach? How in the world are you freaking shipping this out, you nut job? How are you shipping this out? If it comes in 1 container, how are you shipping out 4 different individual colors of paint? How you doing this? And you're going to sit there and say it's a lie. Gee whiz, I'm sorry, people. I try to keep my posture. I really do. Even Christians on days got days where we lose it. But gee whiz, I mean, good gracious. You have to be kidding me. Oh, I can't wait to see you in court. I'm going to clean your freaking clock. Take that freaking house you're sitting in away from you. You don't need it. You're a scam artist. You are disgusting at the end of the day. This is the reason why I hate the industry so much. Because at the end of the day, dealing with these freaking circus nut jobs. Can't if we sat there and said it doesn't come in 4 containers, how the freak you shipping this out at the end of the day? If this is not a part of your screen paint to begin with, why do you have it on your website? Freaking fruit basket.
Well, it's made for it to have essentially 4 coats. So we'll probably come back and do our little 4th coat on it, but for the most part, we're going to just let this set for a second, come back. We'll put it in front of the fan there, let it dry, and then we'll be back. All right, guys, we're back, and so we're going for the 4th and final coat.
So, Danny, ask me a question. I swear you're an idiot. What color is that? Are these the same color? Do these look the same color to you? Does this look like the Vega and by itself? So you're telling me at the end of the day that you only ship out 1 container of paint, and at the 1 container of paint, they all look the same, or are they different? Which one is that? Because you're saying it's all the same paint for 1 container. Does that look like it all came from 1 container that was the same paint? Oh, I'm going to give you an open mic tomorrow. I'm definitely doing an open mic tomorrow. You guys don't know what you're doing at the end of the day. Does that look like the same paint, Danny? That came out of the same container? Or, just off the top of my head, here, does that look like another paint besides another paint? So if you take these two paints and you stick them in the same container, what happens? You change, it gets that kind of a marble effect to it, right? And if you shake it up, this is going to make this darker because that's the dominant darker product. So they wouldn't both be the same paint. So if I was going to ship these two paints, I would need two containers. One for this one and one for that one. And since the other paints don't match these either, I'm going to need two more containers, for one for this one and one for that one. You can count, can't you, Jamie? I'm sorry. Jamie can't count. You can count, can't you, Parte? That would be 4. See? 4. All right. We got to have some fun here. I'm going to try to be professional about this, but I can't. I'm sorry, not today. We can't do it. I try. I do. I try. But today, I got to do this to you. I'm sorry. I got to do this to you. I try to be professional. We got to do this today. Do-do-do-do. Hello, boys and girls. Today, we're going to learn about colors and contamination. Let me explain something to you, Jamie. I had to bring, Parte had to bring the chickens out for this one. All right, simple. You see that over there, right? All right, right there. You can't put the gray and you can't put this darker paint in the same container. Because what's going to happen is you're going to have something called cross-contamination. And that means the darker version is going to dominate the lighter version, which means it's going to make it maybe darker or gray, right? But what's going to happen is that you're going to have to put these in separate containers because this is a stacking system. All right, you got that, right? It's a stacking system, which means if you put them all together, you're just going to have one solid color of paint. And if that was the case, you would have painted the screen completely in that one solid color of paint without putting all these multiple coats in over and over and over and over and over again. Oh my goodness, I swear sometimes. So, Danny boy, you can understand this. You're going to have 4 containers to ship that. Unless you're putting in some kind of magical container, which means would give that product the ability to be able to put multiple coats of paint into one container without the risk of self-contamination, that would be fantastic for big companies like Lowe's and Home Depot and Benjamin Moore, because that means they can ship out a 5-gallon container with multiple layers of paint of different colors without the risk of cross-contamination, which means they can't do this. So if they basically get an order out for like 4 different pairs of paint and they're different colors, they have to put them in separate containers so they don't get mixed up, which means in order for you to ship out that product, you will have to have 4 containers. Gee whiz. Sorry, people. I had to be unprofessional on that one, but I had no choice because that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Man. Oh, man. I'm going in VR today. Oh, my goodness. This is the freaking dumbest thing I've ever seen. Gee whiz. 4 containers. Unbelievable. We're done with this section right here. This is unfreaking believable. Joker just got up there.
You're going to see.
And went through that whole freaking nonsense. Let's move on. The dumbest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Paint comes in one container. It comes in one container. Who the freak is painting the same paint onto a surface 4 times in a row? And again, you haven't done your math correctly. It's a 48 ounce. Do you have any idea how many applications does it take out of a 48 ounce to paint a 150 inch screen? I know, we started it. Do you know how much paint you will have left over if you do a 48 ounce to a screen size of 150 inches? You do not have enough paint left over to do 4 applications. Do you know this? We done it. We have it on our website. It takes 96 ounces for us to be able to paint a screen size of 250 inches. But that's our coverage at the end of the day, not your coverage. So you're telling me that out of 48 ounces, you're able to paint a screen of 150 inches 4 times? That's questionable. I would love to see that demonstration. But again, yeah, what he just stated basically by sitting there saying that he never said containers. No, you didn't say containers. You didn't say containers at all. But basic common sense for anybody who has any kind of common sense in the day, if you're watching somebody paint a screen in with 4 different colors of paint, you're going to think automatically this is going to come in 4 containers. Where else is it going to come at? You can't stick this in 1 container. How's that even going to work? All right. Mind you, we just went through that headache of watching that entire video with the 4 applications of 4 different paints. And this is the results of after you get done going through that freaking complete nightmare of basically going in and painting 4 applications to a surface. This is what's going to happen to your product, your screen. So right here, you're going to see this is the surface right here. This right here is basically software gray. That's what it is. That's the same color. It's software gray. It's actually almost the same color his walls are in the theater room. But that's close enough. That right there will do the exact same thing without going and putting in 4 coats, without the screen smearing all over the surface. What the freak? We don't have, oh, I had a house like this that didn't have a railing right here. Just asking for death. Just begging for death. But anyway, so as you can see, I literally had a house that I had no railing here. It was like no railing. The railing was on this side. Well, that's a dumb architectural fix at the end of the day, ain't it? Freaking railing on this side and nothing on this side. Oh, good luck if you're going up the house and you're drunk a little bit and you happen to catch it right there. You're definitely going to break your neck right there. But that's something else we're talking about right now. All right, so as I said before, look at this right here. See this color? This is it. This is all you need. Right there. That's all you need. Man, I swear. I'm going to have to buy sock puppets. I'm really going to have to. All right, let me see. Okay, so let's get back to this right here. Now, after what you just saw, again, he says we lied. No, we didn't lie. It's basic common sense. If you have 4 different colors, they're going to have to come in different containers because there's going to be cross-contamination. If this guy had figured out, literally, if he figured out how to basically put paint, and that'd be some gravitation, freaking physics craziness going on in the day. If he figured that out, he's going to be an extremely rich man at the end of the day because you literally just figured out how to put different color paints into a container without the mixing. Okay, here we go. All right, okay, so here we go right there. All right, so let's see what the results are after going and painting 4 applications. And again, if he says it's a stacking system and each one of these layers are very important because they're designed to optimize the screen, then what's the difference between now that you changed to 4 coats coming out of 48? What's the difference of painting this? Why you have to paint the screen in 4 times if they're all the same color? What would be the point of that? What's the point of painting in the same color over and over again? What's the point? You should be to paint it 1 time, right? You think so, wouldn't you? All right, let's see right here. Let's see what we got here for the color.
As far as application surfaces or substrates as we refer to them.
Now, I want you to pay attention to this section right here. This is the wall. This is the wall that ended up matching his screen. This right here looks a lot like software gray. But pay attention to this section right there. So
your substrate, regardless of whatever it is, okay, and we'll cover different types of stuff, general categories anyway. But regardless of whatever it is, you're going to want to paint it on a flat surface. In other words, you're going to want to make sure that it lays on a very rigid, flat surface, not something that's got a lot of give or bounce to it. So when you roll this, because there's one step in it where you're just going to put a little bit of pressure, right? And if you have, say, a screen that you made that's a pine frame or something along that line, and you put material when you material on either side of your middle bar is going to sag. And even if you have 2 bars in the back, it's still going to sag a little bit.
Will you battle with a chicken?
Screen.
Boy,
So,
you battle with a chicken.
My recommendation is that if you go to
Then what?
paint or repaint our formula on top of a painted screen, you're going to want to remove the screen from the frame and paint it. Let it do its thing and then reattach it. Okay, and this stuff is very flexible, so it'll give you plenty of flex. It doesn't dry rigid or anything like that. But let's talk about surfaces. So
What?
my recommendation would be to use a manufactured screen, a cheap one. Find you a fixed frame screen, white, just a cheap manufactured screen, say something like an IKEA. Show Maven makes a good one. As a matter of fact, the last 2 that I've used were Show Maven, and those I bought for church screens, 120 inch, and I think the total cost with tax and everything was still just a little under $150. So not a very expensive screen, 0 edge frame, and worked phenomenally for what we need it for. If you are planning to use a manual pull down or a motorized projection screen, I'm going to ask that you hold off. The reason being is because we haven't had the opportunity to test that. Now I've ordered one as of last night, so it should be coming probably sometime this weekend or early next week, and we'll go ahead and do that. I'm going to let it cure. This material cures over about a 7-day period, so I'm going to allow it to cure that full time, and then we'll run a test and make sure that there's no issues. I don't expect any with any kind of motorized screen or pull-down screen, primarily because if you watch the Screen Innovations video, you'll notice when they talk about the black border, how they print that on there because they want to keep as much as far as texture or thickness, of material off the screen. This material rolls extremely thin. Even after 4 rolls, you're going to see it's a very thin coat. It looks more like a skin that's just kind of shrunk to your surface. So you want to watch that. It's not that it shrinks so much. I'm not concerned about the shrinkage related to those screens. But I want to make sure that we don't have it build up that could cause your motor or your roll or your aperture mechanism to clog up. So,
Hey, Danny, I'm going to tell you something real quick. You're an idiot, and I'll tell you why. First things first, I painted a ton of motorized projection screens. And before motorized projection screens that I used to have for cheap motorized projection screen, it cost me $68. I got them on eBay. They were cheap. They had cheap motors in them. And I actually painted the crap out of these screens. Some of them had decorated artwork all over them, all kinds of stuff. And there was multiple layers all over this screen. Not including just on the freaking screen itself, but the border itself was covered in all different kinds of arts and designs. One of the screens I've actually painted at least 7 times. Do you know how long it takes, how many times it takes to jam a motor, how many coat application? It is somewhere in the range of 30 to 40 coats. I know, I did it already. Because we used to have a test screen that we used to paint over and over again and again and again, and around 40, engine started to smoke on it and it jammed up. And that's when I found out how many coats it takes to let it jam up a motor. Do you know how much coats of paint it actually takes to take a PVC surface from a fixed frame screen and turn it into a solid block like a piece of metal? It takes about 40, 50 coats to crack it. I've done it. I've actually cracked a freaking screen on a fixed frame soft PVC by painting it so many times that it literally cracked on me. So no, you're wrong. You say that because you want to manipulate people to buy your paint, because it's not a paint at the end of the day, and it has a thin skin-like coating because you put distilled water into it to thin it out, and to tell people that when you get the product that the polymers are too heavy and they're going, no, because the paint's going to separate because there's water in it. That's why. Yeah, blah 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 blah. Again, you're not going to jam your motor up, people. It's not going to happen. We painted motorized screens over and over again, so that's a bunch of blah blah blah. But do you see this? You see I'm matching the wall here perfectly. Matching the wall here. Yeah, all that work 4 freaking coats to do this with 1 coat. I'm pretty sure you didn't paint the wall in the theater room freaking 4 times.
So, or to work or anything like that. So just to be safe, more safe than sorry. We'll do that test and then we'll let you know kind of how that works. And I don't expect any kind of issue whatsoever. I really don't, folks. But once again, I'd always rather check that before, you know, we just go out and vocally say it. Now, our past ones never had an issue, but this is a brand new formula. All of our formulas have been revised. So just want to make sure that that's going to be the case, that there's not going to be any issues. All right, so just go out and vocally say it. Now, hey, more safe than sorry. We'll do that test and then we'll let you, but I want to make sure that we don't have it build up that could cause your motor or your roll or your aperture mechanism to clog up, so, or to warp or anything like that. So just to be safe, more safe than sorry, we'll do that test and then we'll let you know kind of extremely thin. Even after 4 rolls, you're going to see it's a very thin coat. It looks more like a skin that's just kind of shrunk to your surface. So you'll want to watch that. It's not that it shrinks so much. I'm not concerned about the shrinkage related to those screens, but I want to make sure that we don't have it build up that could cause your motor or your roll or your aperture mechanism to clog up, so, or to warp or anything like that. So just
That paint is so thin when he was splashing it around in that container, that thing wouldn't cover anything. You would have any imperfections that you would have on your wall, you couldn't mask it. That stuff would push right through. That's why you're still seeing the lines and all that stuff pushed through on the board, because the paint didn't cover jack. The paint's really thick texture to it. If you're painting over something where you have a hole or something, it'll cover that up from the problem. We painted over freaking light outlets and all that stuff like that, but that paint is so thin, any imperfections, you would have to sand the daylights out of a wall to keep from any of those imperfections from pushing through. It's too thin. You see the way that stuff was splashing around inside that bucket? Hold on. I don't got time to hear this nonsense from this joker. Look at this. Look how the paint was splashing around in this bucket. We still got this one in slow-mo, don't we? Yeah, we got it slow-mo. Let's put it in normal. Look how thin that is. That's some nasty, dirty, what, I don't know what that is, but that is dirty. It's like rainwater. I hate to say it, but it does. Look at rainwater. Look at it. Look at the container when he opens it up. Look at it. You know why it separates so fast? Because there's water in it. That's why. Look at that. That's a lot of freaking water. I wouldn't be surprised if half of that was water and half of that was paint. That's a lot of freaking water. So basically what you're doing is you're getting a thinned down version. So like I said, I'm not saying all contracts, I would never say that, because some people are actually fantastic contractors at the end of the day, but you do have contractors at the end of the day, if they're painting something, they're doing a paint job, some of them will put water in the paint to thin it out. So that way they can stretch the paint. That's literally what he just did. He did one of the oldest tricks in the book when some people come down to paint. Now, some people, not only contractors, can't say just contractors, I've seen people do it in their own house. Basically want to stretch the paint because they don't want to pay any more money for paint. They'll add some water into it to thin it out. Or maybe you might just have a little bit left over, and, you know, just want to stretch it out instead of going out and spending a whole $50, which you've already paid for. People do that too, so I got to put that out there too also. But still, that's what usually people do when they want to thin something out. People do it with ketchup, people do it with all kinds of stuff to thin it out, to put water into it. That's literally what he did. You're buying watered down paint. That's what you literally are purchasing, a watered down paint. That's what you're getting. That's why it's having some issues basically grappling onto surfaces and stuff. You are really going, your wall can't have any kind of texture to it. You're going to have to sand your wall down perfectly flat before you put that on there. And again, I don't know how you're going to, okay. Part A, how do you paint a wall with this stuff? Because again, if you're requiring for the surface to lay flat, to pour this line across, how is that going to work on a wall? You didn't thought about that, did you? How are you going to paint it to a wall? Look how thin that stuff pours out. And then he said the demonstration before you. Oh, Jesus, he doesn't. Sorry, Lord. He doesn't know his own freaking instructions. You just sat there and gave people this graphic chart where you have to pour this line. You didn't pour any line in the middle of the screen. You put a puddle there. Watch this. Watch. Where's the line that you're supposed to pour down the center of the screen? You don't follow your own instructions. Know why you got to do so much stirring? Because there's water in it. That's why. You got to do all that stirring. That's a lot of stirring for freaking water and paint. Yep, you don't need 4 containers parte. The birds in the back already said it. You need 4 containers. I don't know. And 4 colors. He just showed 4 colors in the one video, did he not? And you're going to need 4 containers to do that. We all know that. And he's still stirring his paint. Gee whiz, really? Now watch when he pours it out. Does he pour a line out? No, he doesn't pour a line out. Can't pour a line out. You know why? It'll run all over the place. That's why. The screen's on a slant. See how the puddle's right here at the end where it's actually pushing more this way? Because it's on a slant. That's why. He's supposed to, in his instruction video, you're supposed to pour a line right down the center. That's what you're supposed to, and you're supposed to measure by, I think, 1/4, 1 cup and 1/4, or 3/4. So that's how it's supposed to be measured out. So you're not following your own instructions at the end of the day. What's this mess at the end of the day? You just sat there and said you had to put a line across the screen. What's this? So many times he rolled the surface, and you're talking about you have to go up and down, up and down. Like you said, that's how you're telling your wife, go up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. You moved here, here, and here. You're all over the place with this. Now you see the streaks right here. We started off there, and it streaked here, it streaked there. You see the streak coming in here, here, and here. Yeah, there's something in there that's now allowing to paint the marry well. That's what's going on. He must have painted this section multiple times. If he rechanged it again, he's making it one coat. This is the reason why you're going to have to put 4 applications on, because the first and second are not going to take. This is just smearing. And that's a bad job. How come you're not going all the way? And you're missing this whole section right here. Go all the way back in, come back in. All the way back in, come back in. And that's just not taking. Now see where you stopped this roller right here? And you got that mark right there. That'd be nice. He didn't drop the video, did he? Did he drop the video? Tell me he didn't drop the video. Hold on for a minute. I think he dropped the video. The video went out. I'm gonna make sure. Something's wrong there. I think he dropped the video. Hold on for me. See what's going on here. Maybe I hit something. Maybe it's my fault. Let's see. Let's see what's going on here. We got, this is application. This is the application page. Did I make the mistake? Oh, I made the mistake. Okay, my bad. I made the mistake. All right, let's go back in. Got to go back over in here where he's putting it in. I want to see that whole thing across. Let me make sure, because we get that happen. So from time to time, you understand, we have people literally drop videos in the middle of a freaking stream, get scared and drop their videos. All right, I'm sure. That's a lot of stirring. That's a lot of water. So it has a lot of water in there for him to stir like that. That's probably half paint and half water. You're probably not even getting anything at the end of the day. You're just getting watered down paint. Two things. Either it has oils in it, and it's not allowing it to graft well, or he literally has so much water in that paint, it's not taking well. He's supposed to put a line across the screen. He can't put a line. See how the paint's pushing here? Because he has it on a slant. It's not even on a flat surface. He said lay it on a flat surface. Did you not say in his demonstration? And he's supposed to have a line. So wait, let me get this straight. If you're telling me that you put this in, that's my screen right there, by the way, it's 150 inch. If you're saying at the end of the day that this is a 4-coat, you're saying this is a 4-coat application. That's what you're saying, right? And you're saying it's one color. That's what you're putting in. What would be the point of saturating and wetting the screen if you're going to put 4 coats, 3 coats of the same screen paint on it? That doesn't make any sense. This doesn't basically marry well with your original instructions. Because you said the first coat is just basically to just cover the surface, to saturate it, to get it wet. So you're going to sit there and you're going to basically paint a screen with the same color just to saturate it, to get it wet? That's the stupidest thing I ever heard in my entire life. You got to admit on that one. So you're going to paint a wall here. We got a wall right here. We're going to paint this wall white. Oh, no. Don't paint it. We just want you to saturate it and get it wet. All right, now what I do after it dries? You're going to take the same paint and you're going to paint over it again. You're going to take the same paint and you're going to paint over it again. You're going to take the same paint and you're going to paint over it again. What the freak? What the heck is that? Now I can see if it was a different color, then you would paint like, okay, what's this coat for? Well, this is a special application. This is a different color. This is to prime the surface. All right, you paint it over. All right, what's this for? This is the paint itself, such and such and so. I paint it on. All right, what's this clear coat? This is the finisher. This protects. There you go. Gee whiz, Partha, you don't know what you're doing. You don't know what you're doing. It's smearing. It's smearing because you could have oil or it's basically too much water in it. Something wrong with it. Now, you know why I know something's wrong with it? He got 2 different shades here. He has a darker shade here, and he has a gray shade here. If you notice, this is blending better because it's gray, but the darker shade is not taking, which is pretty bad. You know why? Because if you have a wall of a different color, and this does not coat well, your wall paint can very well bleed right through the screen. How are you having a problem with this coating? This should be the same color as this. These are 2 different colors now. So how many coats do you have to get on to change that color to this? You can't paint, literally. Look at this. 2 different colors. That is a horrible, horrible job. There's water. It's too much water in it. See these little beads right here? This is water. That's too much water in there. That's nothing but that's freaking watercolors. That's nothing but water paint. That didn't even take. Look at that. That's absolutely horrible. Look at that. Mind you, this was black on this side. He didn't even cover this part. This was black on this side, and this was gray on this side. Of course, that side is going to cover a little better, right? Because it's gray. But this is black. This didn't even cover correctly. You see these little beads in here like this? This is basically water. That is actually water that's beading up like that. Now imagine if you painted that on your wall. The color, it would bleed right through. That's a poor paint job. What's this excuse for this nonsense? Because Literally, we have two coats here. We have a darker coat here, and we have a gray coat here. What is going on here? This is not even matching. So let me get this straight. I guess you could paint the wall as long as it's gray. You're not painting it basically if it's this color. Why do you think that bothers me at the end of the day? Taking away likes don't bother me at the end of the day. My technology is superior. Why would I care? If you support this nonsense, and you basically, at the end of the day, you deserve this at the end of the day. Knock yourself out. You have no idea that my technology is going by the end of this summer. I just realized that I'm the only technology right now on the market that basically that my customers don't have to deal with this and that. So if you naysayers don't like this at the end of the day, get off my channel. I don't care. At the end of the day, I really don't. I have my technology right now. I right now have clientele willing to sell my technology for extremely top dollar. And right now, you guys have the ability to have technology that you don't have to worry about spending tons of money for. But if you want me to pull my company for a couple of years, I have no problem with doing that. I'll make my money regardless. I can walk into any showroom with my technology and it will pull on levels that these technology screens can't even do at the end of the day. And you have a joker down here with water paint at the end of the day. I know what you're going to be subjected to, this mess. You want to paint this on your home theater wall at the end of the day? This is what you want at the end of the day? Knock yourself up. Really don't care. This is a mess. Absolutely a mess. At the end of the day, it doesn't make a difference about views and subscribers. I don't care about that. For me, it's about getting my technology out there so other people can see my technology works at the end of the day, besides everybody else. But if you want to fall into these nightmare areas, and knock yourself out. This is horrible. Absolutely horrible. Gee whiz. I'm so glad I designed my own tech at the end of the day. I never had to be subjected to this nonsense. Never, ever. Never have to go through this mess. Ever. Gee whiz. I'm so glad I got my own stuff. I think I'm going to design myself a custom screen paint for my P1. Or P2, sorry, P2. I'm going to do a custom screen paint for my P2. I'm going to make that the rare one. The one basically that we got a screen paint coming out there. They're only made once a year. We make one of them once a year. I'm getting one. Because, of course, I'm making it.
Roll half over. And if you look here, you can see that you're not getting a uniform color. And that's not the point. That's the difference. That's where this varies from a paint. That you're not looking to try to get, make sure that
can we lie anymore?
Material is thinned out, and then you're going to come back and do your soft roll half over. And if you look here, you can see that you're not getting a uniform color, and that's not the point.
I think the first time I paint my screen, I want to make sure that it looks like it's a uniform color, that the screen paint is applying correctly. I do not want it to look like that the first time I paint it if I'm a customer. I'm really considering to make all the technology rare editions. I'm thinking about it. To make my technology extremely impossible to get your hands on. Those who are able to get them basically are extremely lucky. I'm thinking about it. I got an offer. I got 2 offers to sell out. And I haven't made my decision yet. I hate the industry, I do. I hate it. I hate everything about it. I hate the fact that basically that the projection screens give us no challenge when it comes to certifies. I hate the fact that when I see these demonstrations right here, the paint is actually trash and it's garbage. I don't want to be a part of the industry. I want to be something separate from the industry. The hard work and time that I put in to develop my technology, we don't want to be on this level. We don't even want to be affiliated with this mess. I got a contract right now that's engineered for UK and Dubai. I'm going to come up with some serious changes for the company by the end of the summer. It's time for me to get my product's worth. This right here is horrible. And then other times when I think that way, then I think about the other customers that I have at the end of the day, like John T. Cool dude at the end of the day. Or other customers I deal with at the end of the day that want something reasonable and high tech they don't have to spend a lot of money for. But I want both. I want to be to cater to the customers, but I want something that even the filthy rich can't even touch. I love denying rich people. I do. Because I don't care about what they have at the end of the day. I even had someone willing to pay me thousands of dollars just to come down to their place and paint their screen in. So they can have the person, the owner, himself, the creator himself, paint the screen in for them. I told him no. Those are the ones I like to deny the most. People who think that they can buy whatever they want, those are the ones I would tell no to. Because to tell you at the end of the day, your money means nothing to me. And when they sit there and say, hey, well, we can make you millionaire, blah, blah, blah. Who would the freak I care? I'm going to be dead sooner or later, one day or another. I'm going to pass off this earth. I'm not taking it with me. Somebody else will be spending it. Yeah, whatever. All I need is enough to make me happy. That's it. Too much money can make one crazy. I don't need all that. But gee whiz, this is absolutely horrible. Let's finish this.
That's the difference. That's where this varies from a paint. That you're not looking to try to get a uniform coat the first time out of the gate. What our consumers know is that all you need to do is follow the instructions. Follow the instruction.
So bottom line is what you're telling me at the end of the day, Partey, that the simple fact is that you're not trying to paint the screen the first time. You're just basically just trying to wet the screen. That's what you're telling me. So I'm sitting up there at the middle of the day with a 150-inch screen, and they bring your paint to me, and they say to me that when I go paint the screen in, I'm not looking to paint the screen. I did all that hard work to not paint the screen in. Gee, paint would sell amazing if they sold it this way. Can you imagine going to Home Depot, you got a contract job, you have to paint like 13 rooms in a house, and they go, look, here's the deal, this is what's going to happen. We're going to paint all these rooms in here, but this is not the paint at all. We're going to do this 3 more times. No person in their right mind. That's the whole beauty of some of the paints they have, that one coat application, one coat application, one coat application. That's why people pay a little more for the good paint at the end of the day. And the colors don't look bland, they don't look washed out, they look rich, they pop. It's a one coat application. I would do a one coat application any day than doing multiple applications. I did that for a friend of mine. I was painting their nursery for them, and they wanted to get this cheap paint. I was like, oh, heck no, I'm not doing that, because I'll be sitting there painting this. I did this one already before. I remember I did this one. I painted one of the rooms upstairs in the other house. But yeah, I basically painted that thing one coat. Color was rich, it was beautiful, it was nice, it was one coat, it was done. That's it. Paintings are going to be a headache at the end of the day. When I painted that all white room, I started off with a cheap white paint. That was the biggest mistake of my life, what I did. I had to turn around and buy more paint to fix the mess that I messed up on, because it was blotchy and the colors were coming through. Like this blotchy is I don't know what. So I ended up spending the money, basically more money than I did to paint the first room, because the first room cost me $80 a gallon. And it was a one coat application. I went there and rolled over everything, ceiling and all, with no problem whatsoever. Whew, man, you want to do it right the first time. You don't want to be painting the screen 3 and 4 times a day. Come on, not 3 times a day. We're not talking about 3 or 4 times. This is horrible. Making excuses for this crap. That is absolutely horrible. What do you say to this whole thing?
True. So no 4 containers, no 4 colors. And as you can see, the application, now I'm actually going back and forth on this first panel a lot more, because at the time I was actually doing the narration as a part of the video. And so I was talking and just kind of going back and forth, and right there I realized I've just been going back and forth. So essentially you just want to coat the screen with the material. And
oh, gee whiz, it's such a freaking liar. Dude, I can get up on camera, laugh, joke, dance, talk, whatever, and paint the screen and be done. That's it. Yeah, the screen paint I'm going to be painting to for the P2. It's going to be an extremely rare product. It is going to be one made per year. That's it. We're going to test on other screen paints too, but that one's going to be in a rare edition, a very rare edition. I want one. I want to make one for myself. It's only made for certain ones to be to get it. Wait till you see what it does to the P2. Anyone that has a P2 is going to basically try to get one. That's the only problem is. You may have the money, you may not be able to get one. One made per year. That's it. So you would have to wait an entire year in order to get it. And it doesn't say when in that 1 year process of January when we'll launch it. They do all launch in January. But one launches in January. It's if you're going to get one or not. But I guarantee you one thing, that when we get done showing up that P2, anyone who has that projector is going to desire to have that paint at the end of the day. They're going to make that thing look insane. Might even start a waiting list to get. No, we can't do a waiting list. We can't because that wouldn't be unfair. It has to be random. Has to be random. All right, let me see what we got going on here. So what we're going to do to promote this product, we're going to knock out every certified screen we can get our hands on using the P2. We're also going to knock out all the certified screens, because we got to do all certified screens, ultra short throws, to show you. And then we're going to wipe out all screen paints in the process. All of them. To show you why our technology is better on the P2. And then we're going to blow out their promo demonstration while we're at it. Just for fun. I'm going to send them the video too, but I can do with their projector. Then we're going to launch this secret product. This secret product that's made, I might do 2 a year. I'm not decided on yet. But I want this, if somebody got one of these, they got the very top of the elite. They got it. That no one can ever come in and say to them, oh, I got this thing, that you don't have it, period. And just to show it can't be duplicated, it's going to have insane tests, of course. And like I said, we're going to knock out every screen. How can you compete with something that beat everything else? Just like I said, with the technology we have under 48 beat every certified screen we can get our hands on. And these fake gray screen paint products can't even surpass the simple demonstrations we have here. So go ahead and do your fake demonstrations against their products. But again, at the end of the day, I don't care. You don't have any tests on your products. I've seen in these demonstrations, you guys constantly lie all the time. And you don't even show any proof of anything. That was the worst thing I've ever seen. How in the world? You freaking paint the screen and it looks that bad. This is downright awful. And you guys at the end of the day have a nerve to try to test my product at the end of the day? Well, you don't own my product and you don't buy my stuff. But you're trying to do a fake demonstration on my products? Are you kidding me? Partey, do you need me to embarrass you? Because I will really embarrass you, man. I'll start hitting your shopping carts and embarrass the daylights out of you. I'll make you cancel out so bad, I'll make you shut your website down. I'll push a couple grand right through your website. I'll make you shut that thing down. Because I've already seen you shut down your marketplace. We ordered so much paint from this guy, he shut the marketplace down. We watched Crow collapse and shut down freaking eBay accounts. Pull paints off freaking websites to keep us from getting our hands on them. Multiple stacks. Literally, Crow, I will get a stack, a phone book of canceled orders on you. Don't even start. Don't get me started. But again, when the Alpha 1 launches, that's what we're strictly going to be going for. We're going to be going after products. That's what we're going for. All right, let me see if we can find this easy. What's it called? It's called easy and easy paint, easy so paint and easy, fast and easy. Gee whiz, I can't believe it takes that long. You painted that surface, it looked that bad. That's a lot of water in that paint. That's why it looks like that. That's a lot of freaking water. See that giant screen right there, Partey? That's 250 sitting right there. You know how fast it took me to paint that screen in? And it took you that long to paint that little thing in? For those you don't know, that's the massive 250-inch screen. Took that long to paint that. So it's a one-coat application to put that screen in. One freaking coat. Here we go. These are our paint on demonstration. Knocked out a table, painted over table, just like that. Oh, this is the outside grid. This ambient light rejection and outside grid demonstration. No point in going here. They don't understand it. Oh, this is y'all gray screen paints, by the way. Yeah, they didn't give us much of a challenge. Just move on. These are our screen paints versus white certified screens. Done with that. Easy paint. Here we go. I had to go through a whole lot of stuff to find this. So let's see. What are we going to go with first? This was a 250-inch screen, motorized projection screen, indoor screen. Was that the 250? That was the 250 I painted in. Let me see. Oh, this one we painted to the wall. Watch, Partey. This is how it's done. Okay, how are we doing out there? First things first. My name is Kenneth. Right up. Can't say it's gonna be that. Okay, on the wall. It made a difference anyway, but still, it'll be nice and clean. So what I like to do for me, I'm really hyped up, man. I can't wait to go to court. We got what? It's a very kind of 3 months. 3 months left to take Crow to court. Tomorrow morning, I'm putting in my whatchamacallit for the fraud charges because I want them to pop up when they start searching that investigation. Ooh, I can't wait for this, man. I can't wait for this. So I'm gonna see what happens. If I'm putting in a couple of 250s in this place. Look at that, right there. Now, 4 months. Well, how long does it take basically to go to freaking the small claims court for the $10,000 lawsuit we're putting through? I gotta check in on that too. Because I want to get that done this summer. I got each of my back. Put you over here. There we go. That'd be much better. You're gonna see a little better there. See how much better that looks? It's more than enough. It actually has more coverage. It's one coat. That's it. 39. 40 applications to do. Think about 40. That's one coat, Partey. One freaking coat. Done. That's it. Have that capability. You see that, Crow? See this? That dumb level you did with your screen sitting in the dark with Christmas tree lights flashing on it. This is in a fully lit environment next to a window. You're seeing multi-shades of gray. The darker the screen, the darker the gray. Which means in order to get that particular tone. I watch you guys. When you guys come up and y'all talk, you got bunches of excuses. Bunches of excuses why your products suck. Bunches of excuses. He's sitting there talking about the end of the day. Oh, this is not a paint. You know, it's not a paint. I don't know what it is at the end of the day because it should not look like that. When a customer paints a screen in, they want good results from the door. You got to build that confidence level up for them. You're going to have to pick up a very dark screen to do this. So let me get this straight. You two at the end of the day call yourself doing some review on my product at the end of the day. Well, of course, I'm going to be taking to court for that. You know that, right? Civil court. So you know it's going to happen, right? But anyway, you're doing it against my product. And I'm the one over here with all the tons of test demonstrations. At the end of the day, for some reason, you guys can't seem to back your products up. We got one problem, like I said, matching house paint, stealing Google images to try to make a screen paint seem like it's nothing. The other fellow at the end of the day really doesn't know anything about a screen paint, doesn't know how to do the instructions correctly, and then turns around and says that his product, he never said his product came in 4 containers. Yeah, it never came in 4 containers. Honestly, you said that. But how can it not? You just displayed 4 color screen paints being applied to a surface. How are you shipping that at the end of the day? You guys lie literally so much, you trip over your own lies as you're telling lies. Who the freak's going to sit there and paint that dinky screen in 4 times in a row? No one's going to do that. That's one coat. For every application that you put in for a screen, I can paint a new screen. I can paint 4 new screens by the time you put in 4 coats to 1. Nobody wants to do that at the end of the day.
All right. I want to see.
That's what a 720p projector. Nobody in their right mind is going to do that.
Wi-Fi off for one particular.
That's my 250-inch screen I painted in. That's it. 1 coat. Why the heck would I want to paint that thing 4 times? You know how much work it is to paint a 250-inch screen in? And I'm going to sit there for freaking 4 applications to paint a screen in. And the first coat's going to look like crap. You couldn't even get a distributorship contract for that trash at the end of the day. And it is trash. How are you going to sell this to a customer? Everybody has 1 coat. Literally, even Crow has a 1 coat.
So the outdoor paint comes in 2 sizes.
Gee whiz.
Shoot, how much do you charge at the end of the day? Because shoot, I can just give you my business card, come to my house and say, my company is blackseriesedition.com. All right, so we are going to be painting in 127 in. I'm going to make sure I clean up right behind the screen. So,
No line in the middle of the screen. What the freak? What am I doing all that for?
yeah, there we go.
Yeah, you're on crack, man. There's no way in the world I'm gonna sit there and someone tell me to paint that in 4 times in a row. We are not. It's just too much work. 1 coat. Anytime I was talking and so and so and so, big deal. I'm sitting there cracking jokes, having fun, running around the screen. I make phone calls, all that stuff. You got to concentrate to paint the screen. Is that rough? No, because your screen was streaking all over the place. That's what the problem was.
Anything and everything that hits the kitchen floor eventually is going to come up because then at least you can do the dirt better.
So we just watched me paint in 4 screens. By the time you do 4 applications on your 1 screen, I can paint my motorized screen in, I can paint an outdoor screen, I can paint an inflatable screen, and I can paint a wall. Or a 250-inch screen. Look at it. Ain't no line across the screen. That's it. That's me painting in my motorized screen.
All right, so one done. You did 100 inch. The 100 inch came out right there. Came out to the back.
That's a black borderless screen, which means we can be able to expand the size of the screen because we don't require the 2-inch border because our screen's black.
See how much more we got in the demonstration you downstairs on the motorized convention screen. When I'm done with that, when that dries, we hang down and up.
I forgot about that.
50-inch screen with the outdoor screen paint we had for that display. We'll do this video demonstration. Four.
So that's a 48-ounce container. 48-ounce container, I was able to paint a 98-inch screen and then turn around and paint a 106-inch wallpaper, which I got behind me right now.
You don't want to block your screen.
By the time you paint in 2 coats, I already painted in 2 screens already.
One coat, you put it on, you're going to know it's going to be very black. Money for pot that's not tested correctly. You're in the area, so that's dry. You go in and get it again.
Weak.
Some people like some they got 2 of her. You're going to paint about that. Fantastic product. Real small. That's my first time. Pretty amazing.
Roman numbers, and this right here is the Black Series.
That's the screen I just painted.
I painted this in a demonstration. I'll show the link below, so check it out. Now, our paints, yes, are all black, but they have different shades to them.
Whew, what a long demonstration shaming these jokers.
You see screen quality, 100% contrast level, none in the dark, no lights behind the back of the screen, fully lit environment.
Yeah.
And then go back and do a pressured roll, a full pressured roll, up and down. And then you're going to come back, and what I'm doing here is I'm doing half over. 3 easy steps. Coat the surface, do a pressured roll to spread or, make sure that the material is thinned out. And then you're going to come back and do your soft roll, half over. And if you look here, you can see that you're not getting a uniform color. And so no 4 containers, no 4 colors. And as you can see, the application, now I'm actually going back and forth on this first panel a lot more because at the time I was actually doing the narration as a part of the video. And so I was talking and just kind of going back and forth. And right there, I realized I've just been going back and forth. So essentially, you just want to coat the screen with the material and then go back and do a pressured roll, a full pressured roll up and down. And then you're going to come back, and what I'm doing here is I'm doing half over. 3 easy steps. Coat the surface.
You literally got to do all that crap. You got to coat the surface, go back, do a light roll, do a half roll, go back. That's bull crap, man. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
A pressured roll to spread or, make sure that the material is thinned out. And then you're going to come back and do your soft roll, half over. And if you look here, you can see that you're not getting a uniform color. And that's not the point. That's the difference. That's where this varies from a paint. That you're not looking to try to get a uniform coat the first time out of the gate. What our consumers know is that all you need to do is follow the instructions. Follow the instructions, and in your 4 coats, you're going to end up having a uniform color, uniform look about the screen. But you're going to put on 4 applications because you're building an optical layering system. No one ever said anything about fusion. There was never any conversation.
You're building an optical layer system, so you're going to paint the same screen with the same color over and over again 4 times in a row? No, man, no one's going to do that. It's stupid. I just got finished showing you a demonstration of me painting the screen in 1 time, and I'm done. That's it. Who the freak's going to do that? And look at the finish. It's horrible. You know why you're going to be painting the screen 4 times in a row? Because it won't take the first time, it ain't going to take the second time, and it's definitely going to take the third time. It's going to take multiple coats. Who the freak is going to paint the screen 4 times? Now, mind you, here he's got plenty of paint. So what if you're painting a 150-inch screen with 48 ounces? There is no way in the world you're going to be able to paint that 4 times. That's not going to work. You're going to run out of paint. That's stupid. And then you're going to say, not four colors, not 4 containers? You just showed 4 colors in the video. If that's not a part of your website or not a part of what you do, then you need to remove that. But you had that video there before you had this video here. Gee whiz.
about layers needing to fuse. Okay, so we'll come back to that in just a few. But you can see that this is now dried.
You said nothing about layers needing to fuse. You just said this is a building optical system.
So you have a little, yeah, so if you have a little piece of your roller or anything like that that comes off, you see a speck of something, just take it off with your finger and go back over it. It'll cover really easy. All right, so now you want to do your light bulb, because you were putting pressure on
Jesus,
it.
you guys are a
Just
joke.
want to make sure that you always do this last
Too many images off
very
Google.
light, no pressure on the roller, just let the weight of the roller do it. All you're doing is just moving the roller. So there's code 3. It may end up being our last code. I know I said 4. We'll take a look at the end of this and see if we need a 4th code. Sometimes I'll go ahead and do a 4th code anyway. It's good to have 4 codes because this is an optical layering system. Okay, so you're building something here. Specifically, it's made for it to have essentially 4 coats. So we'll probably come back and do our little 4th coat on it, but for the most part, we're going to just let this set for a second, come back. We'll put it in front of
Let's go with this 2-on-2 partay. Didn't you just say if you add a 5th coat to it, that the screen slightly gets brighter? You did say that. Yeah, we got that one too. My goodness, man. I never said 4 containers and 4 colors. So how are you shipping this out? You just showed 4 colors in the last video.
And you can see the pattern still there. Everything's still there from the first coat. And then we're going to do a second coat. Okay, and you just follow the same instructions.
Where's the second coat?
Now, to chip, it's a flexible material. That's what it's designed to do. And it terrifies him because he can't understand what's happening with the product.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying it again because he only knows paint and color. That's the only things. So he decided that it was in his best interest as a competitor to lie about another competitor's application process as well.
So I lied about basically saying that there was 4 colors to his application, and we just literally just watched the video showing 4 colors to his application. And saying there's 4 containers, how are you going to ship out a product if it has 4 different colors attached to it? You're going to need 4 containers to do it. Simple and plain.
Well, as the product itself, because you hear him consistently say that my product is nothing more than house paint. Now, I would remind you that Kenneth has never seen a Partay product.
Why haven't we ever seen a Partay product? Because Partay has canceled our orders because he was afraid to ship out the product. Partay, you know better than that. Come on. I got to dig this up now. You know me at the end of the day. I back everything up. Let's go over here and let's pull up your freaking cancel orders. Right here. We tried to see one of your orders. We tried to place an order and you kept canceling the orders because you were afraid. Let's go over here to my search. Where's my search at? Right here. I'll go over to my search and let's bring up Partay. Oh, wrong keyboard over here. Here we go. Now we tried to see one of your items, but you kept canceling the orders because you were afraid. Here you go, Partay. You got to be careful about saying certain things out of your mouth. See right there? Issued refund. Refund from Partay. Right there. There's the summary right there. Partay canceled the order. Here's what my mouse said. Partay canceled the order the minute it came through. Let's see if we can get another one. Right here. Another refund. From Partay. Another canceled order right there. There's another refund right there. Order put back into our account because Partake canceled. Let's see if we can get another one. Right here. Partake cancel order right there. Another cancel order. Let's see if we can find another one. Let's see if we can track down another cancel order. Oh, refund again right there. Another refund. Another cancel order from Partake right there. Cancel ordered again. So again, we did try to buy your product to bring it down here for testing, but you canceled your order. You canceled the order multiple times. We have $700 worth of canceled orders from Partake because he was afraid to ship out the product because it doesn't work. That's why. But still, while we're looking at our demonstrations, this doesn't add up because in your video, you're showing 4 different colors. You can't ship 4 different colors in one container. You're going to have 4 containers to do that. And you keep saying this product is not a paint. Your product is a paint. You have distilled water in it to thin it out. That's all it is. It's a very thin, watered down paint. That's all it is. So if you're telling me you're shipping this out in a 48-ounce container and you're going to paint this 4 times the same color paint over and over and over again, because this one right here is pretty bad. That first coat looks awful. It looks very thin. If you, between this side and this side, look at this. This being a gray wall, this is going to take better. But if your wall is black, orange, blue, green, or any color, it's not going to take well. You're going to have to prime the surface before you lay this stuff down because it's so thin.
Face to face. He's never had it. So how would he know that it's just a house paint? But that's what he's doing. He's definitively stating that it's nothing more than a house paint. Now, folks, he's also definitively told you that it contains Vaseline. Now, he's tried in a couple of subsequent videos to turn it to vegetable oil, but he always comes back to Vaseline. But the whole point.
So your product, you're saying you never said that your product had Vaseline in it. It never came from your site, not one time ever stating that you never had Vaseline in your paint. Right? That's what you're saying, Partake? That's you right there, right? There's the date right there, right? What does it say right here? It says 1 cup of body gel. That's Vaseline. What website is that? That's your website, right? Squarespace? And you're telling people to share it, right? There you go. You lied too much, man. Ah, man. I'm off to do this one now. All right. Partake, you got to put you on blast. I'm making a special video for you. I told you I got time today. So we got to come back in. We're going to make a special video for Partake. Crow, it's sad, man, that you're going on freaking on Google and you're copying images to try to make your screen paint look good. That's pretty bad. That's sad. Well, we're done with you right now. Partake, we got to talk about this video you just did. We definitely got to basically pick this bad boy. You definitely got to. I'll be back.